All set.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Charlotte Warren, and welcome to the Wednesday morning meeting of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. We're going to start with our introductions, and I'm just going to go across my screen. Representative Costain.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Good morning again. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reckett.
Good morning. Sorry. My name is Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner, represent Portland, District 37, which is neighborhoods of Rosemont, Libbytown, Nason's Corner, and Strawwater.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pluker.
Hi, I'm Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union, balancing so much. Thanks. I'll be in and out of committee today as well. Thank you.
It's a crazy time. Thank you, Representative. I want you all to know that our Representative Morales will be joining us. I'm sure it is her birthday today. So if things get tense in the middle of a bill, I'm going to stop and have us sing. How does that sound? I already warned her that we might do that. So it is her birthday. So we're just waiting to be joined by a senator so that we have our proper configuration and we can get started. So I'll introduce our committee clerk, Deb Fay, and our committee analyst, Ms. Orbiton. They are the heart and brains of the operation. Deb, would you mind calling the clerk, or I guess I forget that we're all on Zoom, or most of us. Could you try to call Senator Lawrence, and I'm not sure if he sees his text messages, and just see if he can join us for a second?
Which committee is he in?
He's EUT, but he actually, now that I think of it, he does it from his home office. So maybe calling him on his cell phone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jane.
Good morning. Look at those beautiful cows.
Yeah, I just found that photo and snapped it up for the morning.
Are they yours?
Yes.
But your grass isn't that high this year.
No, that's an older picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, not yet. Hopefully it will be, but not yet.
It's a beautiful picture.
The other thing I'm looking for, the other people I should say I'm looking for, do we have Representative Toole with us? His bill is first, and then Representative Kinney's bill. I'm looking at the attendees and I don't see either of them.
Representative, I could give Representative Toole a quick call if you'd like me to.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Senator Lawrence did not pick up his phone, so I'm going to send him a text as well.
Okay. Thank you. We'll have to remember this in the future, that if Senator DeChambeau isn't going to be here, we need a contingency plan. Just for those of you who are here waiting as attendees, we apologize. The rules of the legislature say we must have a senator in order to get started. So we've sent out an all points bulletin for our senators to try to get one of them here.
Representative Warren,
Yeah.
I just talked to Senator Seaway. He's signing in right now.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you.
And I cannot get a hold of Representative Toole. I called and texted him. Would you like me to try Representative Kinney and see if she'll come in now?
That would be wonderful. We'll take her bill first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Seaway. Thank you so much for joining us.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
she will sign in, and I think I might attract Representative Toole as well. I will make a call to try to get him.
You're the best. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, no
like
problem. Yeah,
Would you like to introduce yourself?
sure. I'm Senator Scott Searway. I'm representing District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Clinton, Unity Township, and Albion.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of West Gardner and Manchester in the House. And we're going to get started with our first public hearing, depending on which sponsor joins us. Deb, can you keep track of the attendees with me? And if Representative Kinney comes, we'll take her bill, and if Representative Toole comes, we'll take his bill. Those are our two bills for this morning. Oh, it looks like Representative Kinney is here. Great. So we will start our day today with LD 1175, an act to prohibit excessive telephone, video, and commissary charges in Maine jails and prisons. And Representative Kinney is with us. Good morning, Representative. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm actually right outside the criminal justice meeting room because I'm
Oh,
over
good.
in
You're in a
DLA
comfortable
usually.
spot then.
Yeah, sort of. Oh shoot, I had things written down. Who's your senator? Let me see. Hang on. So I'll just start with Representative Warren then. Representative Warren and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, which are the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Waldo County. And I am here to present an act to prohibit excessive telephone, video, and commissary charges in Maine jails and prisons. I was approached to present this bill on behalf of inmates that are in our county jail system where they are having issues with the cost of the phone calls averaging much higher than other states at this in our nation. And it intrigued me because one of the things for me in Waldo County, we have a reentry program for our jail. We don't have our county jail any longer. We outsource our prisoners to other places, and I can't remember where they go right now, but they were at, they had been going to Two Bridges, and I know that we recently changed that. So our jail is a little bit different. So this is a little bit of a strange venue for me to be even testifying on, but I know that I have plenty of people behind me that are going to have some wonderful testimony regarding this bill. But I was approached particularly with one family whose son was trying to call dad in prison at one time, and finances were tight for the week, and so they weren't able to make the phone call in to be able to talk with their family. And for our inmates, and this does go to where Waldo County has our reentry program, where the inmates, if they have that connection to the outside, they're going to have a better chance of rehabilitating and being in a better place when they do get out, when they've served their time. So my purpose for bringing this forward is mostly to get some investigation going on as to whether or not these charges are actually very much excessive. Concerns that had come up with some of the folks that asked me to present this bill, it came around to the idea of phone calls being recorded by the provider. And sometimes those phone calls were between the inmate and their lawyer. And so investigation problems arising from these issues are something that maybe the committee can look into. I did speak with a corrections officer who did comment that some of that is, there are ways to block those numbers, but if they don't know that this is the lawyer's phone number, they don't necessarily block it. And so there are some things that do need to happen to make sure that there aren't criminal activity occurring through those phone calls. So if a lawyer has a new phone number, or if the inmate has a new lawyer, maybe that's part of the problem. So I'll try to answer any questions you may have on this, but I know that there are people that will be testifying behind me or after me that would be able to answer questions probably much better than I could.
Thank you, Representative Kinney. Thank you for presenting this bill to us. Any questions for Representative Kinney? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now be taking testimony. Are there any legislators who are here to testify on this bill? And if there are, please raise your hand. And I don't think there are. Just want to check. Doesn't look like there are. Okay, so let's now take testimony from those in support of LD 75. If you'd raise your hand, Deb will bring you over to provide us with testimony.
Lots of hands are going up. Let me just turn the virtual background off and I'll start bringing people over.
Thank you.
So I do 3 at a time?
That sounds great. Thank you. Wonderful. So I saw Mr. Cabetta, Ms. Allen, and Ms. Graham. So good morning to the 3 of you, and let's go in that order.
Thank you, Representative Warren and members of the committee. Good morning. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, I urge you to support this bill. For people who are incarcerated, maintaining family and community bonds is crucial to mental health, physical health, and community safety. Yet Maine has not just expected the loved ones of incarcerated people to bear the costs that are exorbitant of maintaining these relationships, but it's also allowed the private sector to profit from it. This bill seeks to correct this injustice. Experts estimate that nationwide, the families of incarcerated people pay nearly $3 billion every year in the hidden costs of incarceration. A short prison phone call in Maine costs an outrageous amount of money, on average $5 for 15 minutes. The people who bear these costs are often the ones least likely able to do so. People from poorer backgrounds are more likely to be imprisoned. A recent study from the Muskie School found that between 2015 and 2020, there were 2,134 parents incarcerated in Maine's prisons, 3,403 children with parents in prison. If the children of incarcerated caregivers do not come up with the costs for phone calls, these children are likely to have extremely limited contact with their caregiver. These children bear the cost of prison phone calls. And because Black people are disproportionately likely to be incarcerated, it's their children who bear a disproportionate burden. There's also an enormous gender disparity of people who pay to stay in touch with family members. 87% are women. The cost of calls and visitation are the top barriers for families trying to stay in touch during incarceration. Now, even though families and communities are footing the bill, our entire state reaps the benefits of these social connections. Good communication throughout incarceration makes people less likely to recidivate after re-entering their communities. The improved outcomes are the result of a direct transfer of money from the families of incarcerated people to the state of Maine and a private telecom company. Instead of this transfer, Maine should itself pay the costs as an investment in the health of its communities. We urge you to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta. Any questions for Mr. Cabetta? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, Ms. Allen. Good morning.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Courtney Allen. I am the policy director for the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. We're a grassroots network of people across Maine working to redefine and reimagine justice, access, connection, and recovery. I'm here to testify today in favor of LD 1175. I'm not going to have enough time to tell you all about this issue, so I have submitted some extra materials to your packet that cover the timeline of federal lawsuits on this issue, what other states have done on the issue, more information about the cost of phone calls, and a call to action to the local lawmakers from the Federal Communications Commission. This session, MIRAP has a list of priority bills that are direct asks from our community, which makes all of the bills that I work on personal, but this bill, well, this bill is actually really personal. This bill is a direct ask from my son. His name is Wyatt. And for you to understand why a 13-year-old boy is asking your committee to end the collection of kickbacks by state and local governments on phone calls in jails and prisons, cap the rates that can be charged per minute, and provide 2 free phone calls a week to people who are incarcerated, I'm going to need to take you back in time. It was about 2 or 3 years ago. I had just put dinner on the table. I believe it was lasagna that night, the night that I had to tell my son that we could not afford to pay for the phone calls with his father that week. My son's father has been incarcerated off and on his entire life. Wyatt is a quiet, thoughtful child, and he rarely speaks. When he does, I listen. The words that came out of his mouth that night sent me on the journey that led us to this committee today. His voice cracked as he said, "Mom, why do the phone calls cost so much? Where does that money go? Can you find somebody to help us? I just want to talk to my dad." I've been able to answer some of those questions for him. Put in simple terms, the cost of phone calls from Maine jails and prisons actually have little to do with the costs of the phone call provided. The cost is increased by the commissions that jails and prisons receive for those calls, hidden inside the contracts that they negotiate with the phone service provider. Those kickbacks come directly from the pockets of Maine families trying to keep in touch with their loved ones. That money is then used to fund things like televisions and recreational equipment inside Maine jails and prisons. And to be clear, the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project is 100% in agreement that people who are incarcerated should have access to these things. We do not believe that they should be funded on the backs of family members. They should be paid for out of the budget that is already available to these institutions. The Maine Department of Corrections and county jails should not be making money off Maine families. We already pay our taxes to fund the jails and prisons, and paying another fee for phone services, commissary, and video charges is the equivalent of double taxation. We are the primary source of funds for people who are incarcerated, and marking up the prices of these services for the profit of the facility is fundamentally unjust. It is essentially price gouging and takes unfair advantage of a situation out of our control. Furthermore, it harms children. In particular, it harms my child, and it's not okay. I urge your committee to vote ought to pass. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Thank you for paying attention to the clock. Questions for Ms. Allen? I have one for you. Could you share with us just a couple of examples of the price of a 5-minute phone call? Or I don't know how what your data is, but could you share some of that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So inside your packet, there's a 2018 study on the price of phone calls in Maine jails and prisons from the Prison Policy Initiative. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. In my county in particular, I know for sure, in Kennebec County, we pay about $5 for a 15-minute phone call, and that is due to the connection fee, the rate per minute, and then also fees that are added to add the money to the account.
So $5 for a 15-minute phone call. It kind of reminds me of when my brother used to live in Japan, and we would, I'd have to buy phone cards to talk to him. Certainly things have changed since then. And I remember that you live in Augusta where the county jail is. So you're not even calling from a different exchange. So $5 for 15 minutes. Thank you for that. And you said, Ms. Allen, you included that in your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. Can I respond to that for a minute?
Of course.
So it's actually more expensive to call a number that is located on the inside of Maine than it is to call a number that is located out of state. So let me say that a different way. For my person who has been incarcerated to call me in the same town that we live in together, it is more expensive than if I lived in Florida. And the reason for that is because the FCC has capped the rates between states through that federal lawsuit, which is available in your packet as well. But they have no ability or authority to cap the rates within the state. That is up to you all as state representatives and lawmakers in our community. And that is the call to action from the FCC. They are asking that states deal with this issue because they have no authority at the federal level.
I really appreciate that. That really puts this in perspective, how important this is. Thank you for that. Any other questions for Ms. Allen? Seeing none, thank you. Ms. Graham, good morning.
Good morning, Representative Warren and Senator Searway and distinguished members of Maine's Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I am here supporting LD 1175 at the request of our 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. Those veterans on the committee may remember in 2019 that MMA submitted testimony on an in-person visitation bill that emphasized the municipal view that maintaining family connections while incarcerated played a significant role in the recidivism cycle. Local officials were disturbed by a trend to move away from in-person visits towards video visits that shifted costs to family members, especially since these services are free for each of us through several apps, including the one that we're using to hold this public hearing today. Since then, the Bureau of Justice Assistance work in evaluating Maine's criminal justice reality uncovered hard data that over 85% of those people that are incarcerated are indigent. And municipal officials are deeply uncomfortable with the concept of making profit on basic communication systems, particularly at levels that no one outside that system must pay. And now the pandemic has made phone and video services the only way in which all of us are staying connected. Communication between inmates and outside individuals must be monitored to prevent threatening and other coordination of crime that we understand and recognize. However, maintaining those relationships are also key in preparing that individual for reentry into the community, and we need to treat them as though they are going to be part of our community again. Municipal officials ask that this committee evaluate the structural reasons why county facilities may be placed in a position where they need to supplement their operations through a fee for communication-based service, and consider making communications part of the formula that calculates inmate costs for operational support. Counties should be supported in providing safe and monitored communications for inmates without treating it as a luxury or an expense that's not covered by a formula for that reimbursement in each facility. And while the bill is drafted to establish a bottom limit, which officials support as being a reasonable approach, ideally, they would like the committee to solve the structural problem that has created these charges in the first place, fully fund the communication costs for state and county facilities. And without that consideration or the involvement of county officials to understand what those true costs are, rates established in legislation could actually become an unfunded mandate. And we think that the priorities to reduce recidivism should be elevated above that and to support the people inside with some basic communications, but also protect the families on the outside as well. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. And I see Senator Searway has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Rebecca Graham. How are you?
Good morning, Senator. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Just a question on how could you prevent abuse of use of the phone if you're paying for the whole thing? And that's because it seems like that would create quite a bill. If they saw that it was going to be free for them, how would you prevent that from being abused?
I believe that it would be easy enough for counties to use and maintain their current system and have that system supported. So the recording of those calls is necessary. The monitoring and verification of those calls are still necessary. And those systems should be supported because they are victim-centered as well as perpetrator centered as well. I think that the reason that this is happening is that the counties need assistance in funding some of the core basic activities. And this is a continuing problem. And there are certain things that we need to recognize that are vital, and we just need to support them and not make them luxuries. And I think communications with our loved ones and our friends, we all recognize. There are obviously cheap ways to do it because we're doing it right now. It's recordable. And if we had to pay per minute for this, I think it would definitely change the way in which we communicate. And that might be fine, or maybe even encourage the legislative level, but not when you're having calls with your children or your family and loved ones.
So just a follow up.
Yes, you may.
So I understand the importance, and I understand what you're saying, trying to help them and all that. I'm just asking, if somebody said, well, geez, I don't have to pay for this, that now they can say, I could be on this all day. So, I'm just saying, how do we prevent the abuse of that? That's the only thing I'm asking.
I think probably the counties will be testifying on this bill, and I'm sure that there are rules established for the length of those calls, whether or not you had unlimited funds. It wouldn't just be the funds that are driving it. I'm sure that they're limited as to when they can make those calls, as well as how long those calls would need to be. And that nothing in this bill would prevent the county from adopting rules for that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Seeing no more questions, thank you. Deb, would you move over the next 3 testifiers?
I am doing so now.
Thank you. Good morning. I see Mr. Dunbar first, Ms. Anderson, and Mr. Lehman. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Warren and members of the committee. I haven't drafted testimony yet, but I will submit something soon. And some of you know that I worked in the legislature, and I was Governor Baldacci's first press secretary in the governor's office. I was Maine's chief deputy secretary of state for a time. I was John's communications director during his 8 years in Washington. And all of my 3 decades in government came to an end when I went to jail in October of 2017 for 4.5 months. And my comments are more focused on the jails than the prison system, which I'm not as familiar with. I went to jail because of self-medicating for years with alcohol. I began self-medicating on September 11th, 2001, when the terrorist attacks occurred. I was working as Congressman Baldacci's communications director in Washington, and I had suffered from 2 lifelong mental illnesses, obsessive compulsive disorder and anxiety disorder, and they went completely out of control. I had told no one about the OCD or the anxiety, not my parents or sisters, not my best friends. I just dealt with it, and it was tormenting for most days of my life. But I didn't self-medicate until September 11th, 2001. And that led to years of increasing use of alcohol. It led to a few arrests, which no one knew about until my 6th arrest, and I went to jail for 4.5 months. And let me just make sure we're all clear. Our jails are filled with the poor and the sick. If you are healthy and wealthy, you are typically not in jail. You bail yourself out. I was surrounded in jail by people who were poor and ill. And Senator Searway, jails have ways to make sure people don't use the phone all day long. You don't have to worry about that. But what I can tell you is, if you think this is about nickels and dimes and pennies here and there, you're very mistaken. The people in our jails, again, are incredibly poor by and large. And we are layering punishment upon punishment upon punishment upon them and their families. And it has to end. We hear these words in our founding documents, equal justice under the law. It's a myth, folks. It's a myth. If you're poor and sick, you're treated one way. If you're healthy and wealthy, you have an entirely different system that's available to you or that confronts you. Again, I'll submit more articulate written testimony, but I want you to know this is incredibly important. We have to stop layering punishment upon punishment upon punishment. And we have to recognize that what we have been doing has failed us all. Does anyone here think that our criminal legal system has been working well for the past many decades? It hasn't, folks. It hasn't. We have to do things completely different. And you have to stop we have to stop punishing the poor and level the playing field. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Very powerful. Your lived experience is very powerful. Any questions for Mr. Dunbar? Seeing none, next we have Ms. Anderson.
Hi all. Hello, community members. My name is Eliza Anderson, and I'm a recovery ally and a senior at Colby College, working under the Maine Drug Policy Lab. And I'm reading testimony today for Wendy Smith, who couldn't be with us. So my name is Wendy Smith, and I am currently incarcerated at Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center in Wyndham, Maine, where I am serving a 5.5-year sentence. I am more than just a resident of this facility. I am a woman in long-term recovery from substance abuse disorder. I'm a mother, wife, daughter, sister, and grandmother. My substance abuse led me down a path of self-destruction. Not only did I hurt myself, I hurt my community and those that I love the most, my family. My substance use left me alone, isolated, almost dead, and finally incarcerated. Being incarcerated, a lot of residents don't have the funds to call home. Until recently, I was one of those residents. I was not the only one that suffered. My children suffered by not being able to talk with their mother when they needed me the most. It left them wondering if I even cared about them anymore, not understanding that it cost the residents money to pick up the phone. I'm sure that $1.50 don't seem like a lot to most people. Normally it wouldn't me either, but in these circumstances, the inability to connect with my children, wife, mother makes $1.50 seem like $1 million. How can one recover and rehabilitate without rebuilding and reestablishing connection with the ones they affected the most if they can't maintain communication with them due to the lack of money? They can't. The opposite of addiction is connection. Lowering the cost of these 15-minute phone calls and providing 2 free phone calls a week would provide a pathway to reconnect with children and family and build a solid support foundation before release, thus resulting in a successful reentry and recovery. It would also take a little bit of the financial burden off the families that can manage to provide some funds to their loved ones inside. I feel it is a small price to pay to enhance a resident's chance for success and allow them to reconnect with their families and be a parent to their children. From experience, I can say that going without connecting with my family for a little over 2 years was the hardest thing I had to do. It kept me isolated more than incarceration ever thought of. It kept me sick. I couldn't focus on myself. I had a constant worry, overabundance of guilt, and left me unable to see my worth. My children struggled with anger, trouble in school, depression, and anxiety. They have since expressed the worry that they experienced around my well-being and wondered if I loved them anymore. I missed out on a lot of important conversations that as a mother, I should have been a part of. My recovery and rehabilitation are my main focus. What that looks like for me is rebuilding broken connections with my children, my mother, my brother, and all those that I hurt. Most of all, it looks like rebuilding the connection within myself. I can't do that without the means to pick up the phone and call my support system, hear my children's voice, and be the mother that they deserve. No one should have to pay money for that. Thank you for taking the time to listen on the importance of reducing phone call rates and providing 2 free calls a week. Changing this would provide a pathway for connecting with loved ones and building a foundational support system before re-entering back into the community. Help us along our journey. Sincerely, Wendy Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Please pass along to Ms. Smith that she did a great job writing her testimony for exactly 3 minutes, and I appreciate you bringing her voice here today. Questions for Ms. Anderson? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Lehman, welcome. Oops, you're on mute.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Good morning, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Peter Lehman. I live in Thomaston. I'm a formerly incarcerated citizen and a person in long-term recovery. I'm testifying on behalf of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, whose goal is to promote restorative practices in order to increase public safety and the health of our community. This bill is about profiteering at the expense of children and families. Some other states and the federal prison system don't charge for phone calls at all. There is a monthly limit in the federal system of something like 300 hours, 300, yes. But once upon a time, Maine didn't charge for phone calls either. They were free because the importance of connection is clear in encouraging growth and change. They were free because the importance of connection is clear in increasing successful reentry. And they were free because the importance of connection is clear in reducing recidivism and reducing costs. But at some point, the state of Maine discovered that it can make a profit from the families and children of incarcerated loved ones and reduce the state budget and county budgets. So we did. We added a profit markup to phone calls and to commissary purchases. Mostly, this is a tax on the children and families and other loved ones, and not a small one. The markup on phone calls in the prison is 260%. My understanding is they cost the DOC 2.5 cents a minute, and they charge 9 cents a minute. And that's a dramatic reduction from a few years ago when it was 25 cents a minute, and the cost was essentially the same. But it's a 260% markup right now. I'm not sure what the commissary markup is, but any markup is excessive. Now, somebody's going to tell you that these markups don't go into the general budget, but the inmate benefit fund that spends money to benefit residents. That's true, but it's also a lie. It's true that the IBF exists and the benefit fund goes to things like purchasing basketballs and weights, and these benefit inmates. The lie is that the DOC would still buy basketballs and weights, even if the phone calls were free or charged at cost, if for no other reason than to maintain their ACA accreditation. So the IBF actually subsidizes the government. It double taxes families. It exploits children like my 11-year-old daughter who just wanted to talk with her dad every week. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Any questions for Mr. Lehman? Seeing none, thank you so much. Deb, how about if you move over the next three people?
On their way.
Good morning,
Representative
Senator.
Warren, could you, something is blocking, but I don't see, okay, we're on 1175, thank you. I
Yes.
just saw it.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Next up, we have Ms. Drew, Mr. Korobkin. I probably did that wrong. I'm sorry. And Ms. Stinson, welcome.
Hello, this is Janet Drew. Thank you, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee, for hearing this important bill. I support anything that helps the families of people who are in prison. I had a lot of strong feelings about the bill and how it's so disparate. And all that has been said, it leaves me to the big picture. Yesterday, I listened to a mother testify at Penobscot County Commissioners about her heartbreaking story of her son and also her concerns for neighborhood kids because of low wages, social ills, and parents who are so stressed they can't supervise their kids as well as they might. This bill, parents are absent, they need to certainly be able to talk to their kids, and the county can afford basketballs. More than that, after this woman's testimony about her son, the next person was a county respondent. I don't know his name. He basically said that every person in the Penobscot County Jail, and they budget for 5 arrests a day, every person there is a bad person who deserves to be there. These disparate stories, they're not listening to each other. If we don't have enough money for the jails, let's get some people out. And everybody there was there because of violence, because they'd already been convicted, because they had no money for bail, and now we charge them phone bills and commissary bills. We're making the next layer of people to put in the jail. We need to bring the services to the community. York County hired a new teacher for $23,000 as a corrections officer. I want teachers, if there's not a classroom, let's make a community thing that links to after school programming. Let's open our eyes. We've got lots of money coming for COVID, and we don't want it just to fix jails. We want people out where we'll all be safer. I'm so nervous. Thank you.
You did fine, Ms. Drew. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Drew? Seeing none, thank you very much. And next up, we have Mr. Korobkin. Rob, I always just call you Rob.
Thank you, Representative Warren. I won't call you Charlotte publicly.
You can.
Okay. So my name is Rob Korobkin. I own and operate the Courage House in Gorham. It's a 20-bed reentry and recovery house for guys in Maine who are coming out of our state's jails and prisons. I helped a few of our residents write statements today, and I wanted to share my own thoughts here as well. When we first opened our doors a little less than 2 years ago, I had high hopes that if our team just did our jobs right, we'd be able to help all the guys who moved in totally turn their lives around. And incredibly, sometimes that does actually happen. Guys move in without much more than the clothes on their back and a few bucks in gate money. We connect them with licensed counselors. We help them get jobs in the community. A lot of our guys have injured their brains from doing street drugs for so long, and we support them in getting psychiatric care so they can get stable again. That's a big issue. Sometimes amazing things really do happen quickly, but more often than not, that just isn't the story. A lot of our guys come in with their heads rushing like freight trains. They grew up shooting meth with their mother in a trailer. They got raped as a kid. There's so much trauma and suffering and mental unwellness. They've been running for a long time, often for decades. So they move in, they make some strides toward reintegrating into the community. Something comes up and they recycle. I don't like the term relapse. I like the term recycle because that's what it is for a lot of our guys, a cycle, and a well-worn one at that. I like to tell our guys, if you start doing drugs again, you can't live here, but I'm still gonna love you. If you get locked up again, call me anytime. I have a Securus account linked to my bank account. I have enough money in my bank account to make that feasible. I'll pick up if I can and we'll talk. I'll listen. Maybe you can move back into the house when you get out. all of the current research indicates that people with substance use disorder almost always need to make multiple attempts at recovery before they're able to stop for good. They fall off. It happens, but they get back on. And so if we want this process of reentry to work, if we actually want to reduce recidivism, we've got to keep the lines of communication open between the outside world and the world inside. And if we do that, then little by slowly, people will get out and eventually they'll stay out. But we can't do that. I can't do that if the phone costs a fortune. Please vote to support LD 1175 and help us lower the cost of these calls. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Up next, we have Ms. Stinson. Oh, excuse me, hold on one second, Rob. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you coming forward on this. What's it cost at your rehab? And I'm trying to figure out why it costs so much at the jail. So what's it cost for your phone at the rehab?
So the phone at our program to talk to the jail is set by the jail, not by our program. So it's not just us, it's anybody everywhere. It does vary. So one issue that hasn't been raised is the question of calling collect. If you're calling collect because you don't have any money, and like Doug said, most people in jail don't have any money, then it's an extra $4. So we're talking about $9 phone calls, $10 phone calls. And the other issue that Courtney raised about it being cheaper to call out of state versus in state is also true. And then there's what's called a connection charge. So if you call and the person doesn't pick up, or they pick up and says that they're busy, that's $2. And some of the stories that I've organized other folks to share today are about trying to be there for your family when a family member might be dying. And so you call and they're sick, they're in a doctor's appointment, but that's $2. And that's $2 tomorrow. And that's $14 for the week. And 14 times 4 is $56. And if you're calling collect, I mean, trying to be there for family members is hundreds of dollars with people who simply don't have it. And so, and you also did raise the question, and I thought it was a good one, about people abusing their phone rights. And especially when we're talking about perpetrators of domestic violence, they don't always honor the terms of protection from abuse orders. But those issues, and I don't think anybody's just suggesting that we like get rid of a phone system and just throw like a telephone on the wall. We're going to keep a system. And part of that system is going to protect victims of domestic violence from harassment. But there's so many valuable phone calls. There's so many helpful phone calls and what I can tell you doing the reentry work is the more miserable people are inside, the harder it is for them outside. And whether or not people should be in jail in the first place is not actually what I'm here to talk about. But I do believe that I think people who are loved do better.
Well, I just, when I ask these questions, they seem like tough questions, and sometimes they think I'm against, but I'm just trying to figure it out. And so I think that you brought out that it's a two-sided thing. It's not just the jail, but this is an advantage towards your piece as well. So it's kind of a two-sided situation, and I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and with the correctional system, the sort of the outside world and the world inside can be night and day, heaven and hell, separate universes. And the more separate they are, the less likely it is for anyone to ever pass from one to the other.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Korobkin. Senator DeChambeau has a question.
Yes, thank you. Welcome. Korobkin, right, Robert. I'm really interested. I don't know of the carriage house. So you said you have 20. Could you explain how many people there? And I just want to know, and you use the term re-entry. I don't know if they're still serving their sentence, or can they use your place as a supervised community confinement place and still be, you know where I'm going with this. So I just want to know a little bit. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I would like to extend an invitation to
thought of that
everybody.
too.
Come on out. We're in
Good.
Gorham. We have cool t-shirts. I don't know if anybody ever used to party at the Sigma Newhouse at just half a block from the University of Southern Maine, but we took over a frat house. And it was great because it was zoned and everything was set up with dormitory style bathrooms. So we've got 2 buildings, we've got a 16-bed main house, and then across the driveway, we've got a little duplex with 2 2-bedroom apartments for guys who are living independently. We're big into workforce integration, voc rehab. Our guys work. It's only $150 a week. So if you're making $15 an hour, it's like a day and a half worth of work. And in terms of the SCCP question, yeah, no, totally. And sometimes guys are only on community confinement for a couple months. We had a guy get out last summer and we had a cake and hamburger party for him 2 days ago because in April he got off of SCCP. But if you look at where he's at now compared to where he was at last summer, he's a mechanic working for Gorham Sand and Gravel. He works weekly with a licensed addiction counselor one-on-one. And I can't emphasize how important one-on-one relationships with licensed clinical staff are. He's eager to start training as a recovery coach. And he's part of the community. He's working, he's stable. This is his life. And that simply wouldn't be possible were he still incarcerated. So yeah, and then, we call it paper. Some people are on paper for 2 years. Some people get out and they finish their entire term and they got no paper, but they got no place to go. So we open our doors to them.
Good. I totally support that. That is great to know, and I will contact you. So thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Stinson. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Ketty Stinson. I'm a resident of Waterville, and I'm a recovery ally working for the Maine Drug Policy Lab. I'm here to testify on behalf of Glenn Ingalls, who wasn't able to be here today. My name is Glenn Ingalls. I'm a resident of the Courage House in Gorham. I got out of prison back in September after spending the last few years inside. During the pandemic, we were getting 2 free calls a week in Wyndham, but a lot of guys were still going a couple weeks at a time without talking to their families. And at the county jails, it's a lot worse, especially Aroostook County and Penobscot County jails. In my experience, if people don't have money, they'll do anything they can to get access to the phone. Guys are gambling with each other over phone minutes. If they have candy bars or packages of ramen noodles from the commissary, they barter that stuff for phone minutes. There's a weaker guy, maybe a sex offender. It's just a matter of time before somebody roughs him up into letting them use his phone minutes. Put simply, when the phones are this expensive, it causes a lot of conflict among the inmates. Also, while it's true that you're supposed to get free calls to your lawyer, it doesn't always work out that way. You need to find the right cop. A lot of correctional officers won't help you at all. And then you've got to pray that your lawyer actually picks up when you call. Sometimes it can take multiple attempts to get through. And by the time that you do, it costs a lot. In my experience, there's a lot of people where if they could just talk to their family members or their lawyers, they might be able to post bail and get out of jail pretty quickly. They could be treated fairly. So you've got to understand the cost of the phone affects a lot more than how much time you can spend talking on it. Take away the phone and guys end up sitting inside a lot longer than they would otherwise have to, getting mistreated when they ought to have some dignity. When the phone works, there's no feeling in the world better than getting to talk to the people who still love us. It's frustrating though. The phone system is so hard to use. If you have an elderly parent or something, it might be too much for them to figure out. Then, Even though they want to talk to you, they can't get the phone to work. Or you don't have the phone numbers, but it will cost too much for you to call around to collect them all. My sister sent me a letter with phone numbers for everybody in my family. Without that, my sentence would have been a lot lonelier, and I'm not sure how I would have ever lined up a recovery house for when I got out. If I hadn't been able to talk to people in the community when I was incarcerated, I might have just gone right back. That's what I've been doing for years now, bouncing in and out. I'm so glad that that phase of my life is over and I'm part of the community once again. Please vote to support LD 1175 and help us lower the cost of these calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stinson. Any questions? Well done. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for our next 3 testifiers.
They are coming over now.
Thank you. Great. So we have Ms. Tate, we have Mr. Martineau, and Brianne Bear. How about we go in that order? Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning. I'm testifying in favor of LD 1175. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Winifred Tate. I'm director of the Maine Drug Policy Lab at Colby College and a resident of Waterville. I had intended to, and I will focus my remarks on the value of reducing jail phone calls for people who are pursuing recovery. It's well known that Maine has a serious crisis of substance use disorder in the state that causes both personal costs, family costs, community costs, and economic costs to the state. At the Maine Drug Policy Lab, we're involved in researching the impact of drug policies in local communities and the experiences of women who use drugs and in recovery. We know that the vast majority of people in Maine jails experience problematic substance use, and we have heard over and over again the critical role of family and community support as people seek and maintain recovery. And we've heard the tragic stories of lost years and damaged relationships when people could not maintain the connections they needed, resulting in escalating problematic substance use and even overdose death. How to maintain such connections while incarcerated is difficult under the best conditions. The current cost of jail phone calls make it impossible for many families. The private contracting of these calls extracts resources from Maine's poorest families and ability to support their beloved friends and family members while incarcerated. Many of these people are awaiting trial, not even sentenced. Others are serving up to 9 months locked away. It's imperative that we create the conditions for these family connections to be maintained. What kinds of policies help us create thriving communities? Decades of research and the lived experience of thousands of Mainers are clear. We need policies that support connection and recovery. And I want to add one thing that hasn't been brought up here, which is there is a very clear reason why these phone calls cost so much, and it's called private contracting, and it's a corporation named Securus that's based in Texas, and they are making money off Maine families. They are taking this money out of the state and enriching themselves at the cost of Maine communities. These are private contracts that are given to the jails. I have been pursuing getting copies of these contracts, and I have been largely successful with the exception of the Cumberland County Jail and the Aroostook County Jail, which is currently facing a lawsuit because of the illegal reportings that this corporation carried out in the Aroostook County Jail. So I think it's really clear that we need to understand why this dynamic is happening, and it's out-of-state corporate profits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tate. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for that information about Securus. I appreciate that. I think next up I said Mr. Martineau. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Ben Martineau. I live in South Portland, and I'm an advocate with Homeless Voices for Justice. Homeless Voices for Justice is a grassroots organization based in Portland, Maine, organized by people who have experienced homelessness, with the goal of creating positive policy change to end homelessness and poverty in Maine. I'm here on behalf of Homeless Voices for Justice to testify in support of LD 1175. Many people who are in the criminal justice system have experienced or are experiencing poverty. In addition, in our country and throughout our state, homelessness, mental illness, and substance use disorder have all been criminalized. We send people to jail and prisons instead of connecting them to the resources they need. Families are heavily impacted by this criminalization. They end up dealing with a long list of fees, including the ones highlighted in this bill. I have personally experienced being both an inmate and an inmate's outside support system. My experience, I was the primary breadwinner in my family. When I went to jail, my family was unable to pay the phone charges, so I was unable to talk to them. Being incarcerated and unable to connect with my family was incredibly difficult, and no incarcerated person should have to experience that. Now that I'm on an outside support system for someone who is inside, I'm the one paying the excessive fees. One example of this is transaction fees. For those who don't know, Securus is the company that handles adding money to inmates' phone accounts in the Cumberland County Jail. If you have an account with the app on your phone, you are charged one-time $3.40 transaction fee each time you add money to an inmate's phone account. For example, if I put $30 on an account, the total charge comes to $33.40. If you do not have an account, each collect call made would have an additional $3.40 fee. This pay-to-play system harms inmates, their families, and disproportionately impacts people in poverty who are also disproportionately represented within jails and systems. My own journey has included recovery from alcoholism. Connection is incredibly important to recovery, and the connection I have found within the recovery community has been a huge support in my recovery journey. In normal conditions, there are support groups throughout jails and prisons, such as AA or NA. COVID-19 and isolation have taken a huge mental toll on the recovery community, with these meetings often canceled and family visits being limited or suspended. Now more than ever, inmates need accessible ways to communicate with their families and friends. Outside such support reduces reentry. Lastly, I would like to stress that this bill impacts racial justice. Black people are overrepresented in prisons and jails throughout the United States, including Maine. Data from the Bureau of Justice found that the lifetime likelihood of imprisonment of Black men is 1 in 3 and 1 in 18 in Black women. That is 1 in 3 Black families also being impacted by economic hardship and separation of the family. And 1 in 3 families forced to pay these fees just to keep in touch. When for every dollar a typical white household has, a Black one has only 12 cents. Policies like these fees have a disproportionately racial impact. Homeless Voices for Justice believes everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. Money or lack of it should not be a barrier to communications between families and access to basic necessities for inmates. I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Martineau? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Brianne Bear here to testify. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much, Representative Warren and distinguished members of the committee. I don't really do testimony that often, so I am learning. I apologize, but I do want to thank you all very much for being here today. So my name is Brianne Bear, and I'm not here necessarily representing any organization or anything. I am more of a self-advocate. I do some work with No Penobscot County Jail Expansion, and I pay attention to Courtney Allen and MERAP. And I got an email about this bill, and I immediately said I need to be on that call. So I also want to thank Miss Marianne Kinney for supporting this bill as well. I really liked when Rob said, people do better when they feel loved. And I think ultimately when we're thinking of anything that affects families in Maine, we really need to remember that at the base of all of us is that human connection and emotion that is love. And I am here to support LD 1175. I was incarcerated actually 3 years ago on this very day. I was in Penobscot County Jail, and I was there for about 52 days. I understand that it might be hard for some people to empathize or sympathize with people who've been incarcerated, who've gotten in trouble. But I want you to know that we're everyday people. We are people who have just found hard times. We are people like myself who are women and men in recovery, long-term recovery, and it's a fight every single day. And being incarcerated is not easy. And regardless of what we did to be arrested, be in jail, be sentenced, whatever it may be, we should still have easy access to family. Ultimately, everyone at our core, when we're incarcerated, when we're separated from family, that's all we think about. We long for our children. We long to speak to our family members. I remember my mother 3 years ago, who was taking care of my 3 kids full time while I was incarcerated for that 2 months. She would say, okay, just try and call me once a week, twice a week at max, because this is costing me a lot of money. I remember that conversation, and it just really broke my heart, because at the time I'm incarcerated. I can't help her with the bill, right? So she was responsible for answering the call, putting her phone, her credit card number in the phone through Securus. Like the previous lady said, that is the company who is collecting these commissions and whatnot. The phone calls were pricey. And so my mom had a hard time paying for them. There's a lot of women that I remember being surrounded by who couldn't reach their lawyers. And I know that you're supposed to be able to reach your lawyers, but there are a lot of barriers in place that make it so that most of the incarcerated are unable to reach their lawyers. So what you're having to do is like call a family member. And of course, you have to depend on that family member to take the charge and answer the call so they can in turn reach your lawyer. There's just a lot of these extra steps. And if the phone calls are super pricey, your family may not be able to answer that call and in turn reach your lawyer. So to me, it really truly felt like it was extra punishment, not on me, but for my family. It felt like my family in some kind of way was being punished. And ultimately, my children were being punished. At the time, I had a 5-month-old, I had a 2-year-old and a 11-year-old. So the 2 babies, they didn't know too much, but my 11-year-old struggled a lot when I was incarcerated, and he bared a lot of the burden, and I wasn't able to speak to him nearly as often as I would have, as a mother wanted to speak to him while I was there. It's just human nature to want to remain connected to our family members, especially
You're
Yes.
at the end of your time, so if you could wrap up, thank you.
That is it for me. I just wanted to get that across, and thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for providing testimony today. Any questions? Yes, Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got back just in time. Thank you, Ms. Bear, for being here today. And I just wanted to say thank you for your testimony, because from what I've heard thus far, it sounds as though you've really hit the nail right on the head. This is about residents of correctional centers. It's not about anything else other than that, regardless of who they are, what they're in for, or whatever. It's about that and about what's right and what's wrong. I'm glad you really clarified that. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you for being here. So Deb, how about if we move over the next 3 testifiers?
There are 4 people with their hands up who have not testified, so I'll bring those 4 people over.
Wonderful, thank you. So we'll start with Sadie Donovan. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sadie Donovan, and I'm a senior in the Graduate School of Social Work at the University of Maine. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1175. I have previously worked several years in the Behavioral Health Department at the Somerset County Jail. My work there consisted of providing substance use disorder screening, assessment and brief treatment, facilitation of appropriate service referrals, and group programming, and an overall collaboration with jail staff to provide a continuum of care for the incarcerated population. I've witnessed firsthand the grave importance incarcerated individuals place on their ability to afford and make phone calls and video visits. I can recall several conversations with individuals who reported to me that they were discontinuing their recommended prescribed medication in order to save that extra money for longer time on the phone. No individual, whether incarcerated or living in the community, should have to choose between paying for medication or paying for the most basic communication needs. Phone calls to the outside world provide respite for the incarcerated. They provide opportunity for individuals to advocate for themselves and take charge of their release and recovery plans. One of the cornerstones of substance use treatment is a supportive community where those in recovery can access positive people, places, and things. This recovery process often starts inside of a jail. Planning important recovery steps can be difficult for incarcerated individuals who lack the finances to place needed calls. This can directly affect post-release success. Research shows that individuals who connect with supports while incarcerated have better outcomes post-release. In closing, I want to remind you that approximately 75% of most county jails are made up of pretrial inmates, meaning they've not been found guilty or innocent of their alleged crime. In a country that runs off the premise innocent until proven guilty, why are we subjecting these individuals to isolation, confinement, and extreme barriers to accessing their own recovery, their own support, and their own release planning through excessive telephone charges? If the state of Maine truly wants to be a leader in reducing recidivism, we can make a positive step forward by passing LD 1175. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, we have Matthew Gunn.
Thank you, Representative Warren. Good morning, everyone, and committee members. My name is Matthew Gunn. I'm a resident here in Portland, Maine, and a former educator in the correctional system. And I'm here this morning in favor of LD 1175. Because when those who are incarcerated regularly communicate with their community, they're likely to build relationships for a successful reentry. And as someone who's worked with incarcerated individuals, I've seen firsthand how those who lack resources are cut off from the outside and honestly see little potential for themselves upon release. Now, reducing recidivism not only promotes recovery, but also reduces costs and allows Mainers to then contribute toward their local economy. Unlike you and I, those who are incarcerated have no other means for direct contact with their families and loved ones. There's really only one option for making phone and video calls, and therefore they're being unjustly taken advantage of. Allowing state facilities to accept a commission on third-party services is an indirect form of prison privatization. The private prison industry is being phased out of federal use for many reasons, and I seriously question if profiting from those who are incarcerated is a practice that our state wants to support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we had Molly Higgins.
Hi, this is Molly Higgins. Sorry, I had a little Wi-Fi situation, so I believe it says Ketty Stinson under my name. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We'll record you as Molly Higgins.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Good morning, committee. My name is Molly Higgins, and I live in Waterville. I'm a recovery ally and a senior at Colby College, and I work for the Maine Drug Policy Lab. Today, I am here to read testimony on behalf of Mike Ward. Hello, my name is Mike Ward. I'm the assistant manager of the Courage House, a 20-bed reentry house in Gorham. I struggled with drugs for almost 3 decades until I finally got sober last summer. These days, I work as a roofer and serve as the assistant manager of the recovery residence that I live in. A couple months ago, a friend of mine put me in touch with a young woman at the Cumberland County Jail who was looking for a pen pal. It'd be easier for me to help her if I could talk to her on the phone, but every time she calls me collect, it ends up costing me $9, which I can't afford right now. So we've been writing letters. I shared my story with her, and it seems like my letters are making an impact in helping her. She's only 28. I just hope she can avoid the mistakes that I made at that age. When we first started talking, she was still getting high and she was getting punished by the correctional officers for using while she was in jail. She says she's now been sober since we started talking. I know it helps her to get my letters, but when she feels like she wants to use, a week's a really long time to wait for a letter. It'd be great if she could just call me. As I see it, the people inside need all the same types of support as the guys in our house. Without my counselor, my 12-step sponsor, and the support of the guys here at the house, I might still be using too. A lot of us would be happy to support folks inside the same way that we support each other out here in the community every day. But if the phone costs a crazy amount to use, even when there are folks in recovery like me who are eager to help the folks inside, a lot of the time we can't, at least not in the ways that we'd like to. I urge your committee to help lower the cost of these calls by voting to support LD 1175.
Wonderful. Thank you, Molly. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Collins. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jan Collins, and I am Assistant Director from Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. I'm here to speak in support of 1175, an act to prohibit excessive telephone, video, and commissary charges in Maine jails and prisons. During the pandemic, we have learned to appreciate contact with family more than ever. The connections we once took for granted, family reunions, Thanksgiving dinner, Saturday afternoons with our grandkids, all of these have become more precious than gold. For most of us, it has taken more effort to maintain these relationships, but when we were able, it was worth it. When my father was incarcerated, my mother was left with the care of 4 children under the age of 5. We lost our apartment, transportation, and his income, our only means of support. We would have been homeless but for an uncle who allowed us to live in a trailer that he used for county fairs. We had no running water, plywood bunks, and an outhouse. This kind of desperate poverty is not unusual for a young family whose primary breadwinner is incarcerated. So it is particularly burdensome for those families to pay the additional fees charged by jails and in prisons in Maine. The benefits of maintaining ties with family members are immense, but are particularly important for the mental health and well-being of children with parents who are incarcerated. More than 3,400 children in Maine had a parent incarcerated in one of Maine's state prisons in the last 5 years. The number would be much higher if jails and probation were included in that figure. Children who have experienced parental incarceration are more at risk for homelessness, depression and anxiety, economic instability, low educational attainment, and involvement with the juvenile justice system. Incarcerating mothers of young children is particularly problematic as it disrupts a key parental bond during critical years of development. Those who are incarcerated are someone's child, husband, or brother. They struggle with disappearing. If they do not have contact with those on the outside, they often feel like they do not exist, a feel of hopelessness and despair. I hope you will consider the impact of excessive telephone, video, and commissary charges on struggling families in Maine and vote unanimously to support this bill. Thank you.
Nice timing, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Collins? Seeing none, thank you. So we're gonna do our, I think, last group of folks who are here in support of the bill. Again, if you are here and you want to testify in support, please raise your hand and Deb will bring folks over.
I see 3, possibly 4.
Wonderful. Thank you. Great, welcome. We'll start with Mr. Ruffner. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the committee. My name is Robert Ruffner. I'm a resident of Yarmouth, and I practice law out of Portland, Maine. I started my practicing in Maine as a prosecutor in Cumberland County, but for over 20 years now, I've been providing almost exclusively indigent legal services to adults in Maine's criminal courts. And I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1175. I think actually as part of my practice, I've had a few students of Representative Warren through the Maine Indigent Defense Center, which is run out of my office as well. And I want to tell you, first of all, that what you have heard from other people testifying is true. This system creates friction and creates difficulties for clients contacting their attorneys. For many attorneys, it may not have the ability to collect calls set up for their offices. It is burdensome and it is expensive. And the way we currently run things in Maine, if they are able and find it worthwhile to track those expenses, it is not reimbursed sometimes for over a year or more until a case is finished. I looked at the 12 months leading up to the pandemic in my office, and I spent over $2,000 for collect calls for indigent clients that was paid to Securus. And eventually, you all are paying that money because those are expenses that will eventually be reimbursed. And we are sending a chunk of that money out of state. So there's that aspect of it. But more importantly, it is creating a barrier. I have heard from clients that I've had that they are so grateful that we are answering the phone, that we're taking their calls. I have heard anecdotally things like, "You're the only attorney I've ever had that even takes collect calls." That shouldn't be the case. So reducing the cost is very important for all the reasons you've already heard. But I also would urge the committee to consider amending the bill to add a provision that any contract that would for a provider who is handling these calls, that there should not be any calls or any cost to individuals contacting their attorneys. I know that it's possible. I've talked with defender entities in other states, some of which have contracts, or their jails have contracts with Securus, and they've been able to negotiate that. It would be slightly more daunting for Maine, given that we don't have a central office and a single telephone number to negotiate. Again, I would ask that the committee support LD 1175 with or without the amendment I suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ruffner. I see Senator DeChambeau with a question. Senator, you're on mute.
Because my clock keeps ringing. You are correct. From what I've heard so far, everything is correct. Everything's been said, has happened. I'm particularly interested with attorney phone calls. And because I was a caseworker in the prison, so I know about attorney phone calls. My question originally was to ask if other states, how they do it. So you mentioned that you know of colleagues. Could you provide for us? I would like to know that what states, how they do it from the prison angle of being able to contact their attorneys. I think it's relatively more important too in the county jails when you've got a pending charge. And I myself have accommodated individuals that had pending charge after they've been convicted and are in the state prison. It's almost to the point of being unlawful when a prisoner cannot contact his attorney during pending charges.
I'll be happy to find this several years ago when I was dealing with Securus that I put out that inquiry to the other defenders, and actually will renew that through some of the organizations that I'm involved with and ask them to provide the most current examples. What you may find is that in some cases it's the San Diego County or the Pima County defenders have negotiated something with the provider in a particular case, but there probably are some where it has been negotiated on a statewide basis as well. And I'll do that, and I'll provide it to your clerk as soon as I can.
Thank you.
Attorney Ruffner, you got my attention certainly when you said 2,000 a month.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I misheard it.
Yes, that was the 12 months leading up to the pandemic. I was able to find charges that I paid to Securus of $2,000.
Thank you. I would have totally misquoted you, so I'm glad I clarified. But I do think it's very important that that's another angle of this bill. And if the sponsor is wanting to do that sort of amendment, I agree with Senator DeChambeau that really makes sense, that calls to attorneys definitely shouldn't be charged. So I'll speak with Representative Kinney about that maybe at the end of the public hearing, but thank you for bringing that information. That's super helpful to us.
And thank you all so much for taking up this bill.
Absolutely. Any more questions for Attorney Ruffner? Seeing none, thank you. Next,
thank you.
Where I have someone with the name Courtney Allen, but I know this isn't Courtney Allen, so please introduce yourself and welcome.
Hi, my name is Amanda McCarthy. I am not Courtney Allen, although I tell her all the time I want to be. So good morning, Representative Warren and the members of the Criminal Justice Committee. My name is Amanda McCarthy. I'm a person in recovery and a resident of Augusta. Today, I'm here to testify in favor of LD 75. I want you to picture this. You've been arrested for the first time. You're brought to jail, strip searched by a stranger, and put into a holding cell. You ask to make a phone call. There is a sign on the wall that reminds you that you get 2 free bail calls. Once you're taken upstairs into your pod, getting back down to intake to use those bail calls are nearly impossible. You soon realize you're going to need hygiene things. The jail offers a care package that comes with shampoo, a bar of soap, lotion, toothbrush, toothpaste, and a washcloth. Unfortunately, only family members from the outside can order those for you. So you do it the good old-fashioned way. You get on the tablet and start ordering things you need the dog. You get on the tablet and start ordering things you need as well as food. After all, you grew up a picky eater, and Farina and banana milk for breakfast every other day just isn't going to cut it. Imagine your shock with one ramen noodle pack is 99 cents. You soon realize that the $40 your family sent you to help isn't going to go far. You decide to buy a $20 phone card to talk to friends and family because those phone calls remind you of what's waiting for you when you get out and gives you a reason to keep your head up. Then buy what you can with the remaining 20. You decide on shower shoes, shampoo, deodorant, toothpaste, and maybe a couple of things to snack on. Sure, you can use the hygiene cart and get those, but it's in the morning, it's at 5 a.m., and if you sleep through it, you must wait until the next day. The next day, the money's on your phone account, and you go to make a phone call. There's a connection fee and cents per minute change depending on the time of day and where you are calling. After some quick math, you realize you might have enough for 4 15-minute phone calls. Your family told you to make that $40 last because money is tight, and as much as they want to, they cannot support you while you do your sentence. This was my first week in jail. This is not my story, though. Every single inmate deals with the same thing. Now, picture this. Your loved one has been locked up. You're trying to do all you can to keep them comfortable. You start by hopping onto the iCare website to order a package. Since it's the first week, you decide to get them the Refresh package. That's their hygiene package. It costs $23. These packages are fulfilled on site at the jail. However, there is a shipping and handling fee, bringing the package up to over $30. You decide to order a food package because your loved one is a picky eater. Most of them are either spicy or coffee, and you settle on one that's called All That in a Bag of Chips. It gives you a variety. It's $61. After the shipping and handling, it's over $70. This package might last you a week. You find out that if you have an out-of-state number, Securus doesn't charge a connecting fee, and you get the cheapest rate. So you download a text now and register an out-of-state number just to get the most bang for your buck. Currently, the jails are not doing in-person visits because of COVID, so you set up a video visit. A 20-minute session is $7 once you add in tax. You decide to put $20 on your loved one's books because they need some things you can't buy in packages, and they only get $18 of it. You want to e-message with them on the tablets. It's a monthly
Ms.
fee of $5.
McCarthy, I'm
Yep.
going to ask that you try to wrap up. You are at the end
Yep,
of your
I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you.
It's $5 fee, so your loved one can have their own tablet. You buy a pack of stamps, 20 for $10. However, each message technically costs 2 stamps, one for outgoing and one for the reply. The nickeling and diming doesn't stop. I could go on and on, but these are the main points. It's super expensive to support your loved one in jail. This bill would prevent outrageous surcharges connected to food and phone calls and would make supporting a loved one easier. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Thank you for sharing your experience with
You're
us.
welcome.
Questions for Ms. McCarthy? Seeing none. Again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, I see Mr. Mercer. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Dear Senator Siri, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Service Committee. My name is Marshall Mercer. I'm an organizer for MERAP and the volunteer coordinator at Down East Recovery Support Center in Machias. I'm also a student of recovery. Oop, I lost my place. And what that means, that is that I walk out my path of recovery and I will remain teachable as I grow to become a better steward to my recovery community. I'm here in favor of LD 1175. Imagine you're sitting in a 6x9 cell that smells like your foreseeable future. But who knows how long, waiting to get sentenced for 3 to 7 years of your life for a disease you were powerless over because you were just so happen to be carrying the daily usable amount of a bondage that night. Already feeling defeated because you're now in another form of enslavement, held against your will again for no form of escape, except the very phone calls that your roommate makes every night because he had a family that could afford to keep the money on the books for him to keep in touch. For many of us that are incarcerated, our phone calls were our lifelines to the world that existed outside of the cold and empty feelings of ourselves. Where 9 out of 10 times, it was that very lack of connection that got us right where we were in the first place. Or better yet, watching everyone line up to the commissary to get extra food that would make a difference between going to bed hungry or not, or having a pair of underwear that wasn't worn by everyone already in the correctional facility. In those correctional facilities, we are already felt disconnected from the world of mistakes that often were out of our control. Not having a stable, affordable connection to our loved ones or affordable and retainable commissary can be detrimental to our already unstable mental health. And we wonder why the recidivism rate is so high. This is just unacceptable, and we can do better. LD 1175 prohibits the DOC and the county jails from accepting commission on service and outside provider cells to the incarcerated, including telephone, video, and commissary services. It also prohibits the DOC from charging connection fees for phone calls. Makes it so that the rate per minute charged to families cannot be more than 11 cents per minute. It also provides that people are provided 2 15-minute telephone calls per week and no charge to their families. In an already divided world, we come to you asking for your help to help those, to keep those already feel disconnected in those correctional facilities, feel a bit more connected. Thank you for your time. I could answer any questions you have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Any questions for Mr. Mercer? Thank you for all the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Pelletier. Good morning and welcome.
Hey, good morning. I'll make this brief. I think that most of the talking points have been covered. Cost of communication in prison is extreme. Oh, first of all, my name's Uriah Pelletier. I'm a resident of Waterville, Maine, and local business owner. I'm home with the coronavirus, so I'm isolating. I've had a lot of my family that spent some time in prisons. My mother, my sister, brothers, brother-in-laws, one brother-in-law that's still in now. the cost of communication is ridiculously high, especially they mentioned a few: Securus, Global Tel-Link, the kickbacks, the commissions to the local jails here. With the cost of communication today, I mean, the reality of the situation is we're communicating for free, and we can see each other and we can talk to each other, and that's important. Important for people who are incarcerated, especially for their rehabilitation or recovery or whatever it is. It's important for their family. It's important for children to see their parents. But I think that in order for these people to become contributing members of society again, they can't be completely isolated away. That's it. I think that communicating with family and friends and lawyers or other people that can help with their, counselors, things like that. I just think that this is a good bill. Is that what it is? Is a bill?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Pardon my ignorance on it. I haven't even read it. I haven't. But when it comes to the cost of communication or really the lack of cost, it's not a cost. It's more about I think profit. And I don't think people should be profiting from other people who are, like someone had mentioned, poor. Maybe they couldn't afford an attorney or just less fortunate. Anyways, that's it for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Any questions for Mr. Pelletier? Senator Searway has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's still morning, isn't it?
Yeah,
just barely.
Well, I really think it's commendable of you when you're not feeling well to be on today. But so I appreciate what you said about the cost. I'm trying to figure out why it costs so much, because it seems like with today's technology, it shouldn't be that costly. And so
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out. And so when I ask about cost, it's not against the people. It's about how we can make it better without having this big cost like you're talking, because it seems like it's penalizing everybody. And so, yeah.
It definitely is. And one of the obstacles that I found, I grew up here in the south end of Waterville. I worked my fingers to the bone to build a couple of businesses, and I happen to do well for myself. I can afford to pay these fees, but now I'm the one being punished. When I put money on my brother-in-law's book so that he can speak to his children or his wife, and so I do have a problem doing that when things like Zoom are available and it doesn't cost. I mean, these people are in for non-violent victimless crimes or something like that. The cost to either record or monitor the communications is really, what is that for, right? I mean, when these people, they don't pose a threat. Maybe they're in on a habitual OUI or maybe a drug charge or something of the sorts. Why are we monitoring these things? Why is there an expense to that? One of the other obstacles that I meant to touch at was companies like Securus or Global Tel-Link, they'll split the bill so that your commissary has to get paid to this account and your phone money goes to this account, and they'll charge you $5 just to put money on that account, and then they'll cap you at $50 per account. So instead of me being able to say, you know what, they're going through $50 a week on their phone, which is insane to think about. I pay $50 a month, for unlimited telephone calls.
Yeah.
You put that on there, they charge you $5. They're already down to $44.95, right? And then that money goes very fast because they'll say $1.50 for the first minute, and then, 9 cents or 19 cents or whatever it is a minute after that. At least that's the federal level. I don't know the state and local level, but that's a lot of where that cost comes from. And it really shouldn't be when we have, like we've said, we have internet, which the communication via internet is, as everybody that's on this meeting, it's not costing us other than our monthly, bundle package of $79 or $100. So,
well, hopefully we can get somebody that deals with this and get to the bottom of why it's costing so much. It just seems kind of crazy.
It's great that it's being attended to at a state level, and hopefully Maine can set a precedent that can help this go a little further at a federal level. I just don't think that anyone should be profiting off from something like this. I mean, there's businesses where you can actually work for your money,
Right.
as opposed to robbing families,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier, for your testimony. I hope you get better soon. Anyone else here to testify in support of the bill, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we're going to move to those here to testify in opposition of the bill. If you're here to testify in opposition, please raise your hand.
I see 2 hands.
Wonderful. Bring them in, please. Thank you, Deb. Good morning, Commissioner Liberty.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here, and good morning, Sheriff King. Commissioner Liberty, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Randall Liberty. I'm the Commissioner of Corrections, and I'm here to speak in opposition of LD 1175. Before commenting on this bill, I'd like to be useful to the committee and the public that are watching to hear about my experience with growing up with an incarcerated parent. As a child, I spent a lot of time visiting my father when he was incarcerated, both at the county jail and later in prison. He was in prison for various things that ranged from fucking disorderly to burglary to domestic violence. My brothers and I grew up with trauma stemming from poverty, domestic violence, incarceration, substance use, and my parents' lack of education. The first time that I visited the Maine State Prison was to visit my father during an inmate Christmas gathering. And later, as an officer at the Somerset County Jail, I guarded my father. I understand the challenges faced by incarcerated family members. And yet, in spite of these difficult circumstances, I'm one of the fortunate ones. I learned early that a person cannot determine the circumstances in which they are born, but they don't have to remain there. And I believe in redemption, and that occurs when someone believes in us and gives us the opportunity to become educated, exposed to new ideas, and learn new skills. We can be transformed into something better when someone gives us, helps us and sees the value, when someone helps us see ourselves in a new way. The funds that are generated through these phone calls are used 100% to benefit the residents in our care. I have no doubt the experiences I went through during my early years have helped me inform the way that I served as now as Commissioner of the Maine Department of Corrections, previously as the Warden of the Maine State Prison, and prior to that as Sheriff of Kennebec County. I mention all of this in relation to this bill because I want those watching to know that I understand personally the importance of keeping family members connected during periods of incarceration. The DOC does a number of things to ensure loved ones are able to communicate through periods of incarceration. During this pandemic, we've had to suspend in-person visits. We provided free stamps, free text messaging, free phone calls, and free video calls. Even before the pandemic, we were providing free stamps and phone calls for indigent residents, and will continue to do so. The programming that we provide, which includes education, behavioral health treatment, and job readiness programs, to name a few, all contribute to rehabilitation, which improves family connections, all paid through the inmate benefit account. I understand the concerns expressed today by the bill sponsor and others speaking, all fair points, but I need to clarify how phone and commissary charges actually work, and there will be significant negative impacts to the resident population if this bill were to pass. The bill would prohibit the Maine Department of Corrections from accepting a commission for phone, video, and commissary services, and would prohibit the Maine Department of Corrections from charging a separate fee for these services. While we do not charge residents for a separate fee for these services, the Maine Department of Corrections does take a straight 5 cents per minute commission for each phone call out of the 9 cents per minute charge. And we take 19% of the commission on most commissary purchases. However, you may not know that every commission collected, whether the phone calls or commissary, is into a special facility-based account called the Inmate Benefit Fund, the IBF. Each facility in the Maine Department of Corrections has its own inmate benefit fund. The IBF is an account set up at each facility so the warden of the facility is able to purchase specifically for the benefit of the residents of that facility. All of the money goes toward the benefit of the inmates. For example, the Inmate Benefit Fund pays for gym and sports equipment for resident use, pays for residents' haircuts, pays for cable and direct TV. The commissions collected, all of which are deposited in the Inmate Benefit Fund, also pay for hygiene and writing supplies for indigent population, the free phone calls and free stamps mentioned above, library material, while also using, also paying for a number of key pre-release training certificate programs, including OSHA 10, Serve Safe, Work Ready, and yoga teacher training. The funds also pay for new books for ancillary courses like criminal addictive thinking and restorative justice. Additionally, these funds pay for some residents' jobs to include inmate paralegal and peer mentors. During Christmas, the wardens purchase Christmas cards to be given to each resident, so they'll have the ability to send Christmas cards to loved ones. The wardens frequently use money in the Inmate Benefit Fund to provide treats like ice cream and pizza to residents after achieving milestones like educational graduations. Regarding our contracting process, the major phone providers in correctional settings all charge the same rate for phone calls, and all charge the same rate for video calls. This bill will not have an impact on contracting process for phone or video services. The bill will also require that residents receive 2 free phone calls per week. However, there's no provision for disallowing these calls if a resident destroys a phone or uses it to commit assault or create other security issues. We work to ensure the commissions collected have a meaningful impact on the resident population. If this bill were to pass, the resident community would feel it and they would lose out. Growing up, I received letters from my family from my father while he was in prison. In these letters, he'd tell me about a book he was reading or tell me about what he saw on TV or the news, or better yet, he'd tell us where we go fishing when he got out. He often wrote to me overseas while I was serving in the Army, both of us understanding the difficulty of being separated from our family. I still have some of these letters, and they tell me of the transition and the transformation that he was making while incarcerated. I know the value of connecting with family while incarcerated. I empathize deeply with the stories being told today. I've lived these stories too. I know this bill is heartfelt and seeks to improve connections for residents of correctional facilities to their loved ones. Unfortunately, this bill would take away some of the very things that help residents feel connected to their loved ones. TV shows, certificate-bearing programs, books and sports equipment, some of the best things of life. If we take away the commission, we will take away the ability to pay for these critical services, and we'll rely on the inconsistent funding priorities of state government. The unintended consequences of the reduction of these funds will result in significant negative impact on services and programming for our residents. Thank you. That concludes my testimony, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Liberty. I have Representative Reckitt and then Representative Lookner with questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a couple of questions. I assume that, and I may be inaccurate, that you have some, at least for the prison system, have an idea of how much money we're talking about in the course of a year that is generated for the employee, the inmate
Benefit fund.
benefit fund.
Yep.
My brain is sitting here because I'm very empathetic with the people who have been testifying, but I also was moved by your heartfelt testimony as well. And I spent most of my adult life as a fundraiser, and I'm sitting here going, I could find people who would fund the inmate benefit fund to, make this, make the inmates whole and the prison system whole on this issue. But I say that in the abstract, and I have no idea how much money I'm talking about, or even whether it's legal to do so.
Representative, I'm going to encourage you to ask your questions. Thank you.
So how much are we talking about over the course?
Representative Warren, you're leading the witness.
Yes, that's right. I just want to know what the magnitude is that were my crazy scheme to work, I would have to raise.
Thank you, Representative. And so last year at the Maine Department of Corrections, nearly 11 million minutes of calls were made. So in those 6 facilities that we manage, 11 million minutes were made by those in our custody, about 1,700 residents. Of that, the Maine Department of Corrections received $521,000 in revenue that was all directly put in the inmate benefit fund.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I can't write a check that size. I'm just telling you on my legislative salary, but I appreciate the information and it helps me think this through. Thank you very much.
Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Liberty, for a little bit of your background and your upbringing. So you mentioned calls were DOC is only charging 5 cents or 9 cents a minute on these phone calls. Why are folks testifying that these calls are costing $5 per a 15-minute call?
Our take for the IBF is 5 cents. And so there are other fees that are attached by Securus. When you're talking about Securus, that in large, the benefit to having a national corporation run these phone systems is the software and the management of the money coming in. And so when the money comes in, they manage that for the commissary monies and for the phone minutes. They keep track of how much money is consumed by the phones and commissary, and they do all of that management for us in that system. So someone from the outside can take a debit card and deposit money, and they manage all of that money system. And that happens the same in the county jails with Securus. And so that's what we're currently using Securus to manage the money, the accounts, the phones, all of that. In addition to that, they have software programs that allow us to monitor the phone calls for security issues. And so all the phone calls coming in to the facility, other than legal calls with attorneys, are monitored, and we listen to ensure that there's no illicit activity occurring, which we often find through the recording and listening of those phone calls.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I have Representative Costain for a question, and then Senator DeChambeau for a question.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Commissioner. Question on, do we have any idea what we're paying or what the actual public or the inmates are paying this company to manage for the year? If we're making 500,000 on it, what are they making? And is that something that we could do in-house and for a lot less money and charge people a lot less money?
Thank you, Representative. Good to see you also. I think that would require additional staffing and manpower, to manage those monies in that sort of a way, to purchase software that will allow us to monitor phone calls and record the consumption of the monies that are deposited. I would have to do some research, but I think it would require the purchasing of software, additional positions, to manage that system. I'm not certain what they currently charge. I'll try to obtain that information for you for the work session.
Thank you.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes. Sorry, Representative Warren, I don't know if there'll be a question. I just need to, and people need to hear this also. The commissioner spoke that the money's been used in the inmate benefit to benefit the inmates with an S, like paying for the TV, yoga classes, recreational equipment, even buying a basketball is not in a budget. I want to also tell all of you, it is also used as somewhat of a little slush fund for the caseworkers, buying the inmate a bus ticket back home, buying them clothes, being able to afford 1 week at not a hotel, but a room before he starts getting his paycheck working. So those are things that are not in a budget, but those are the things that make or break going out of a prison back home. So I just wanted to throw that out. So that's it. Thank you. And thank you for indulging me, Representative Warren.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. That's your one today. Any other questions for Commissioner Liberty? Commissioner, I have a couple of questions. And Sheriff King, just I'll give you a little preview. I'm going to have the same questions of the Sheriff's Association. For the work session, I think we all would like to see what the contract is with Securus. I think Representative Costain asked it. I'd like to ask it another way. If $521,000 was sent to the inmate betterment fund, that means Maine families across the state paid double that, right? Because of the percentage that we're talking about. Is that true? We're talking about 5 cents to 9 cents. So does that mean that Maine families with incarcerated members paid $1 million to talk to their loved ones in the DOC?
I'm not sure, Madam Chair, those numbers, but I'll get those for you.
I think if it's 5 to 9, it's pretty much 50%. So please, we'd like to get a look at that. So that's the contract, the amount of money that was spent by Maine families to talk to their loved ones, the budget. What is it spent on? The inmate betterment fund. And I guess I get one because Senator DeChambeau got one. I think it's really interesting that we have a Department of Corrections, not a Department of Punishment, a Department of Corrections. And we're saying that the only way that folks who live there can get things like ice cream and basketballs is to charge their families. I'm ashamed of that. I think that's shameful. I think that isn't about corrections, it's about punishment. So I'm going to be interested in getting those numbers. Thank you for that. Any other questions for Commissioner Liberty? Seeing none, thank you so much for delivering testimony. Good afternoon, Sheriff King. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for having me, Representative Warren. And Senator DeChambeau and other honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Bill King, and I'm the Sheriff of York County, and I'm also the first Vice President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Maine sheriffs met to discuss this bill, and our unanimous position is to oppose LD 1175. The intent of this legislation is to ensure predatory pricing for telephone, video, and commissary purchases do not occur in Maine's jails and prisons. The well-intentioned representative who introduced this legislation clearly understands that incarcerated individuals do not have opportunities to shop around for best pricing, and this bill, I believe, is designed to fight for them. Nobody should object to this noble cause legislation, but it exceeds its intended mission. It requires telephone providers to accept a ceiling of 11 cents per minute and allows for free telephone service, a cost most likely to be absorbed by taxpayers. Additionally, the legislation does not address commissary at all. The legislation limits Maine's jails and prisons' ability to enter into competitive requests for bids when seeking innovative and practical solutions to meet the changing needs of incarcerated individuals. And I can only speak to telephone pricing and commissary services that we offer in county jails. About 10 years ago, York County entered into an agreement with 9 other jails with Securus Technologies for resident telephone services. The intent of this collaboration was to attract better bids for providing reliable and affordable telephone services to the residents of county facilities. Since this initial agreement, other county jails have either changed providers or entered into individual agreements for these services. York County remained with Securus with the same pricing for the last 10 years. A recent review showed that the average monthly cost per resident to use the telephone system in York County was $36 a month. The cost per individual is based upon individual usage. Like many other jails, York County is exploring the use of tablets for the incarcerated population. Tablets can allow residents more access to telephone services to call loved ones. They can also use tablets to access legal materials more easily, search for employment, listen to music, read books, engage in educational programs, and use other recreational programming. Every resident will have access to a tablet at no cost. If they choose to rent a tablet for individual use, it's $5 a month. This will allow a resident to access additional music, books, and even movies at an additional cost, much like they would if they had their own personal phone, computer, or smart TV. Any commissions, as the commissioner said, earned by Maine jails for these services are placed in the Inmate Benefit Fund with strict regulations on how this money is to be used. In many facilities throughout Maine, these funds are used to provide access to additional programming, benefit services that are not normally provided, but can improve or make more productive the time spent for a person who is incarcerated. Some examples are additional education or job-related skills learning programs, acquiring fitness equipment for residents, and providing opportunities to see special speakers or motivational presenters. The cost of a telephone varies from jail to jail, and from a recent unofficial survey, we found that only 2 jails have a connection fee of $1.30 per call. However, one jail provides tablets to all residents, and the other appears to use the connection fee to lower the charges for additional minutes. Some jails have a higher fee for the first minute to allow for lower pricing for additional minutes, while other jails have set pricing that varies from 14 cents to 99 cents per minute. The 99-cent per minute jail also provides tablets to every resident. Each facility structures their payments to best meet the needs of its population. In York County, and I'm true elsewhere, Securus has invested several $100,000 in infrastructure to ensure tablets and telephone service is reliable, up-to-date, and relevant to the needs of the incarcerated individuals. We view Securus as a partner in providing resident communication with loved ones, ensuring that operational security of an institution and protecting the public. Sheriffs are elected officials and are tasked with operating our county jails. And I ask that you trust those people that are elected to provide the best pricing and ensure our incarcerated population, who are also our constituents, are not victimized under our care. Remember, incarcerated people are under our care, custody, and control, and we take that responsibility seriously. Thank you for your generosity of time, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff King. Any questions for Sheriff King? I see Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sheriff King. So my question is, across all the county jails in the state, all these county jails use the same contractor for these phone services. So it's all Securus, is that correct?
No, many of them do use Securus and some use GTL. And the exact pricing is different. It depends if it's a collect call or advanced connect or a debit call. It also varies by day, time, and where the call is being made. And I will provide the sheet that I have for York County and how it's broken down.
great. I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Other questions for Sheriff King? So Sheriff, same questions that I asked the commissioner. We'd like to get a look at, as much as you can gather for us, the contracts and the budget. What kind of revenue are you getting? And what does that mean that Maine families are paying? I know you reference the tablets, but is it true that the tablets, there's a price per everything that a resident might use the tablet for?
Well, thank you for that question. Now, some of the stuff is free. I mean,
Okay.
the law library is free. There is some free programming, but if they want like a special movie, or if they want some additional things, much like an app on your telephone, if you choose to purchase some things, it will be more money.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any questions for, yes, Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Sheriff. My question would be, with the county jails, is there still that $3.30 fee to add money to the account? I really have a struggle getting by that. Why we're charging that much of a fee to put it on, and especially if there's a limit on how much you can put on at once. So as the gentleman said, he puts $20 on, he has to do it 4 times a month. I mean, then he's paying an extra fee. So could you explain that, please?
Well, actually, I don't have that information readily available, but I will get that by this afternoon. I'm not familiar with the with a lot of those intricacies, but I will find that answer for you, Representative.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Any other questions for Sheriff King? Seeing none. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you for having me.
And now we'll take testimony neither for nor against this bill, LD 75. If you're here to testify neither for nor against, please raise your hand. And seeing none, we will close the public hearing on LD 75. Thank you, Representative Kinney, for bringing a great bill. If you are interested in working on some of the amendments that you all talked about today, I'm sure that you can do that with our analyst, Ms. Orviden. So thank you. Does the committee need anything else before the work session? Okay. Representative Costain, did you have something okay. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And for the Sheriff King, if he's still listening, I'd like to know if all of the county jails are charging that fee that Representative Costain was asking about, because that when somebody outside the jail is trying to get money in for someone to be able to use, I really have a real problem with a charge on that money being put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Jane, would you be able to follow up with the sheriff in case he didn't hear that question to get it for the work session? Thank you. Great. Okay, well, I will now call this public hearing of LD 1175 to close. Thank you, everyone. And next up, we have LD 1192, an act concerning the composition of the Criminal Law Advisory Commission. Senator, did you want me to keep going or did you want to take over?
That's up to you. I can take over. That's fine. There's no problem.
Okay, I'm happy to keep going.
Okay, yeah, I'll do this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have Representative Toole here? Yes, we do.
Oh, I wanted to manage Representative Toole. No.
just questions.
Good afternoon, Representative Toole. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. I know you've had a long morning and I'm probably the one keeping you from lunch. So I'm going to ad lib my testimony today for the simple reason that I got my dates mixed up and didn't realize today was the day. So that's all on me, not your analyst or anybody else. But thank you again, Madam Chair, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Will Toole. I represent the Machias area plus Lubec and Eastport here in the 130th. I'm here to present this bill today, LD 1192. What it essentially is it would place law enforcement officers, one state and one county or local, on the Criminal Law Advisory Commission. Now, I know this committee heard this bill the previous session or the previous legislature, and I believe that it's as relevant today as it was then. I believe we need to be getting the input, direct input, not indirect, not informally, but the direct input of the law enforcement community on Criminal Law Advisory Commission matters. Now, our police and corrections officers live it every day. Just as other aspects of the system live it every day, so too don't these individuals. And if by not having that opinion, by not having that voice, I think we run the risk of having unbalanced policy all the way around. So I would recommend that the committee vote ought to pass on this or make such amendments to achieve that goal. And I would be happy to answer any questions about LD 1192 today if folks have them.
Great, thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Toole? Seeing none, thank you very much for presenting this bill to us today.
Thank you, and you have a great afternoon.
You too. Anyone, any legislators here to testify on this bill, LD 1192? Seeing none, I'm going to open up testimony now for proponents of LD 1192. If you're here to testify in favor, please raise your hand and Deb will move you over.
I see Rebecca Graham.
Thank you, Deb. Welcome, Ms. Graham.
Thank you, Representative Warren and Warren and Senator DeChambeau. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I am here to present testimony in support of Representative Toole's bill. I did not write up my testimony because I wasn't sure how much of this bill was going to get worked, and we really only had one change that we would like to see as drafted. His bill has membership to include a member of the state police and or a member of either the Sheriff's Department or a municipal police department. And we would like to see if the committee would consider, if they move forward with this bill, including both the sheriffs and municipal police rather than an or situation. We believe that some of the enforcement realities for law changes are different in municipal communities than they are in a rural setting. So we do think that that voice is also important to be represented.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Any questions for Ms. Graham? Senator DeChambeau has a question.
Thank you. Hi there, Ms. Graham. Are you familiar with the CLAC and what they do? Have you been there? So, correct me if I'm wrong, CLAC takes an existing bill and makes sure that it doesn't deviate too far out of the criminal code. They don't really make adjustments. I'm checked to the bill. And so it's not their bill unless they've made a bill, but it's a number of bills. Then it goes for a hearing. Why isn't it satisfactory for any law enforcement officer to come and testify as anybody else? And why do they have to be in that level?
Municipal officials believe that the operational aspect of some of the legal changes can inform that in a better way as well. I think but the members of CLAC are looking at it strictly from a legal standpoint rather than the operational standpoint. And sometimes it's kind of like an engineer designing a boat. Unless you actually know how people's hands fit into tiny places, it's fine to draw a line in those places indicating something goes there, but it's very different when you're on the ground and trying to actually install those items. It's the same, we believe, with the criminal code, and we believe that it would benefit CLAC as well to have that voice.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Graham? Seeing none, thank you very much for providing testimony. Anyone else here to testify in support of this bill? Seeing none, now taking testimony for those here to testify in opposition of this bill.
I see one hand.
Thank you.
Two hands.
Mr. Cabetta, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the committee. Good afternoon. I'm Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, we oppose this bill because it would disrupt the balance of the Criminal Law Advisory Commission and its ability to perform its statutory duties. CLAC is a legal body comprised only of lawyers, and for good reason. State law charges CLAC with such tasks as, quote, examining the sections of the revised statutes outside of the criminal code which pertain to criminal law, and to drafts such amendments to those sections as the commission deems advisable, and, quote, examining the present laws pertaining to criminal pleadings and to consider possible changes, including but not limited to the adoption of code pleading and the preparation of pleading forms, end quote. These are not tasks for law enforcement officers such as sheriffs and state police, but for attorneys who practice criminal law. Now, we agree with the bill's sponsor that it's important that CLAC have the right membership and to ensure that our criminal laws are revised fairly. We also agree that review of the stakeholders who sit on CLAC may be warranted. However, for at least 3 reasons, we respectfully contend that reserving spots on CLAC for state and local law enforcement is not necessary. First, the committee is balanced with 4 prosecutors, 4 defense attorneys, and 1 lawyer who works for the Board of Bar Overseers. Second, prosecutors enforce our state's criminal laws and work closely with state and local police. The point of view of law enforcement is already well represented. The Attorney General's office and District Attorney's office are also well represented, and this means that state and local points of view are well represented. Third, law enforcement may participate as consultants, which is allowed by statute, and therefore reserving official spaces for police is not necessary to include their point of view in CLAC decision-making. I think Senator DeChambeau alluded to this when she mentioned the ability of law enforcement to testify on CLAC bills. This bill, we believe, would disrupt the balance and membership that is currently on the commission. We urge you to vote ought not to pass, and I thank you for your time and attention. After such a long morning, I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta. Any questions for Mr. Cabetta? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Pelletier, welcome.
Thank you, Representative Warren, Senator DeChambeau, members of the committee. My name is John Pelletier. I'm the chair of the commission. A couple of the earlier speakers mentioned they hadn't produced written testimony. I did, but I took the easy way out. This bill is identical to the last legislature. So in your testimony file, you'll find a testimony related to LD 134 dated in 2019. But we reviewed the bill, and the comments that we had submitted last time were agreed to by the committee. The biggest thing I would say regarding the difference between the earlier bill and now is that one of the results of the earlier bill was to make sure that there were representatives of law enforcement included on our agenda notices. So when we meet in the fall to consider new legislation, or when we meet during the session to evaluate bills that are before the legislature, we send out agendas. Our meetings are public, and we included a number of representatives of the Sheriff's Association, a couple other folks, and in the interim, since we began doing that, we've not had any participation. And as the chairs of the committee and those of you who've attended a CLAC meeting know, if people come and have input and seek to be recognized to comment on what's under discussion, it's a public meeting and people are allowed to speak. So I feel, just as Mr. Kebeda said and has been said, the prosecutors work closely with law enforcement, but people who, we reach out to people when we have specific questions, and people with specific expertise are allowed to come and to comment on the work that we are doing. And then the other thing I would just say back from my testimony is that we have a role that's described in the statute with respect to the various, the bail code and the juvenile code and the criminal code. And it involves analysis of statutes and legal, a lot of legal minutia. And, you know, lawyers can be accused of being lawyer-centric, but we feel that the composition of our group with judges and attorneys are best positioned to carry out the functions set forth in the statute.
Thank you,
With that,
Mr.
I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. I see Representative Pickett has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, John, for being here and testifying on this bill. So hearing what you had to say regarding your testimony, which was on LD 134, which mirrors this bill that we're talking today on, it's my understanding, and I would ask you this, do you feel at this time that the way the board, the way the commission is constructed with who they have for members and stuff, and the kind of job they're doing right now, that they are, that it is exactly the way that it should be, and that adding of any new members would not be something that would be needed, because anybody is allowed to come into a CLAC session if they request to be able to have some kind of input. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I do think that the board, the group that we have now is well composed. As I said, we're very open to input. As you attended one of our meetings, I run the meetings. Anybody who wants to speak is allowed to speak. People have an opportunity to say their piece. And my only regret is, and I don't know if it's a sign of the times or not, but for many years we reached a lot more consensus. But as the politics has evolved, we don't reach consensus as much as we used to. I used to come to the committee and say I could count on one hand the times where we did not reach consensus. But those are the times we live in. But everybody has their say, and I do my best to faithfully report the discussion to the committee and to the legislature. And the legislature we're an advisory group. We're not, out lobbying for our position. We put our position out there, and you folks can do with it what you will. But we really appreciate with the opportunity that we have to have input in the important work that you do.
And that's a good thing that the commission has evolved with time, because we are living in different times. And I think that's a good thing, to have good debate and to go through those kind of things. And I enjoyed my time with you just a couple of weeks ago, I believe it was. Thank you, sir, for testifying today.
Any other questions for Mr. Pelletier? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Anyone else here to testify in opposition, in opposition to LD 1192?
I see one hand.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I see Dorothy Odell. Are you here to testify in opposition? Okay, let's go on to, is anyone here neither for nor against LD 1192? Seeing no hands, I'm going to circle back to Dorothy Odell. Are you here to testify in opposition to 1192? Okay, they must have stepped away from the computer. So seeing no more testimony, does anybody need anything from Jane before we close this public hearing? Seeing no hands, I'll close the public hearing on LD 1192. And so, Senator DeChambeau, it's 12:37. Should we resume at 1:10, 1:07?
1:10 sounds good for the people who are there. Representative Pickett, can you do that?
We have something that we've got to do as a caucus during lunch. Could we make it 1:30?
Oh,
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
And Richard, we just have an afternoon of work session, so it's all up to us how quickly we get out of here today. Would you give me a call, Richard, when you have a second?
I will do that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Everyone have a good lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:10.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 1:30.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We're back.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we have a quorum, so I will begin at least with the intro I have to read. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a quorum, I believe. We'll make sure. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau from District 32, which is Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port, and Biddeford. I will be presiding over this work session. This is a little different than public hearing. The purpose of the work session is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations and reports to the legislature. Only committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and also recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. I will now, materials will also be provided to those who are participating here electronically, either through screen share, email, or posted on the committee's materials page before the meeting or at least soon after. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present, at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable on the Zoom screen. I will now call upon members to introduce themselves, and I am looking at my co-chair, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I couldn't remember if it was morning or afternoon. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hallowell and the towns of West Gardner and Manchester in the House.
Thank you. And I'm looking for, Senator Seaway. You're muted, Mr.
Yeah,
Okay,
the famous words, right? Good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township. Thank you.
Great. Representative Pickett.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Representative Reckett.
I'm Lois Reckett. I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Good afternoon, Dan Costain. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Thanks. Representative Rudnicki.
Good afternoon. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I run House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
Thanks. And Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Grayson Lookner, represent District 37, which is part of Portland, out around the Jet Port and the Fall River.
You've been in the legislature long enough. You can have that accent. Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Morales, are you with us? She may have stepped out. I will also recognize our policy analyst, Jane Overton, is with us, and our committee clerk, Deb Fay. Thank you. So, as Deb has in her little square, LD 829 is the first. No, wait a minute. Is it? I want to make sure.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Could we please take up LD 963 first? I believe
Yes.
DA Robinson might be here.
Yeah.
Maybe Senator Libby. Yes, DA Robinson is here. Representative Brooks is here. This shouldn't take us very long, and DA Robinson, I know, needs to be in court.
Yep.
Thank you.
So the one we're taking up first is 963, LD 963. For the public, I'll say that this is an act to create culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Overton if she's ready.
And just before we get started, I'm sorry for interrupting. Deb, could you also bring over DA Robinson and Representative Cloutier? They're also working on this bill with Representative Brooks.
Of course.
They're sort of working together on it. Thank you very much.
And
Thank you.
is Senator Libby here?
I don't see him yet, but I'll keep an eye out for him.
Does he know we're going to take this up first?
I assume I've been
Okay.
communicating with people, so. All right, Jane, thank you.
Jane, oh, you're muted. Woo.
Right, thank you. This is LD 963 on culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. That's what I was starting to say. Deb, bless her heart, is going to work the screen share with me. So if you scroll down, Deb, I think we can skip the general description of the bill because we were all here. In terms of testimony, Representative Brooks presented the bill and provided written testimony. She stressed the crisis in the community and the challenges of immigrant youth and their families in getting housing and services and supports that they need for youth transitioning out of Long Creek. Senator Libby testified in support, noting the importance of providing residential services, substance use disorder treatment, mental health and job counseling, mental health treatment, job counseling, and training and employment services. Representative Kristen Cloutier testified in favor of the bill and spoke of the complex needs of justice-involved youth and their families and the lack of culturally sensitive housing and services and the pleas of the communities for assistance. There was a list of people testifying in favor of the bill. Some of them were from the immigrant communities, some were not. They were from Portland and Lewiston and Southern Maine and along the coast. I don't think I've left out any other locations, but there was a broad variety of people. You can scroll down a little bit, Deb will see the list of people there. Yeah, keep going a little farther. There's the list of people there. Everything's underlined in red because the computer program thinks we misspelled things, but I hope we didn't. I tried very much to spell them the proper way. There was some opposition to the bill. Colin O'Neill, Associate Commissioner of Juvenile Services, spoke in opposition and submitted written testimony. He said that the department agrees wholeheartedly with the positive power of recovery-based housing, but they oppose a mandate to establish a residence just for immigrant females and just for immigrant males. DOC noted that upon release from Long Creek, many youth are ready to return home, and they support youth going to the least restrictive housing option. He did stress the female residence in South Portland and the one to be open soon in Auburn, and DOC's commitment that justice-involved youth experience a fair equitable, and responsive juvenile justice system that provides them with positive outcomes. There was no testimony neither for nor against. There was an inquiry for some data from the Department of Corrections on where is the need the highest and where is unmet need. And then there was also a request to DOC for information on culturally sensitive services, the staff members, and a description of those services. That's it from me. What would you like to do?
I just got a notice that I think Senator Libby is here, or he's on his way.
Yep, he is in the attendee room.
Do you want him in?
I'm promoting
Sure.
him now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Senator, could we hear from DA Robinson? I know he has a meeting to get to start.
Well, thank you. Is that okay, Senator DeChambeau?
I'm glad you're asking. Yes, it's okay, DA Robinson. Thank you.
And thank you, members of the committee, for allowing us to be here. I think we're only going to take up a few moments of your time because we're actually asking you to table this matter. We had a very productive meeting with the Department of Corrections. We had Anna Black and Colin O'Neill, who talked to us about their concerns that I think you heard about during your previous session. And then they heard our concerns and what our goals were. And I think we found that there may be some middle ground, and we could have a productive meeting and probably return with maybe a better tailored statute or piece of legislation. And so our goal for today is simply to ask for this matter to be tabled, to give us enough time to have that follow-up meeting and then determine what legislation should look like. Of course, I'm a lawyer, and you just put me in front of a microphone. So I do just want to say I love this legislation. I think any opportunity to provide treatment for juveniles coming through our program that doesn't involve sending them to Long Creek, but allows us to have some intermediary form of treatment, which is I think what the law court was looking for in the state VJR decision, which is consistent with what everybody is seeing on the ground. In addition to recognizing the needs of the New Manor community and the children coming out of the New Manor community that involves the stigma, the treatment challenges, the cultural challenges, as well as the language barriers for the juvenile as well as their family members, and keeping them local through that process is a wonderful idea. And it's something that we need. So I've said that part. Really, I'm just here to say, hey, could we have a little bit more time? Are you willing to table it? And then work very hard outside of your view to try to come back with more improved legislation.
It's the first time a word table took so long to spill out, but that's okay. Yes, I'd like to defer to the sponsor, Representative Brooks. Oh, you're muted. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yes, we did have a very productive conversation with the Department of Corrections members, Colin O'Neill and Anna Black, and we did have a number of interested party. District Attorney Robinson did add a lot to the discussion, really pointing out the great need in the community. And we also met with Senator Libby, Representative Christian Cloutier, Representative Robert Craven was able to join us, and Abdi Fatah and Mutaz were able to join us as well. So we had a very constructive meeting, and we are anticipating meeting again next Wednesday, possibly, with the Department of Corrections. And we want to do work all the time in between and address some of the concerns that the Department of Corrections have, and refine the bill to focus more on addressing those needs. And
Thank you. Anyone else who's here present? Representative Cloutier, Senator Libby, wish to make any comments, statements?
I would just defer to what has already been said by my friends and colleagues.
Very good.
The only thing I would add, thank you, Senator DeChambeau, is that there was some confusion at the public hearing about the number of folks that are intended to be served. The Department of Corrections noted that there are 4 or fewer youth involved in DOC programming that we're interested in. But the reality is, when you take the entire criminal justice system and considering folks that we feel could be diverted, that number is far larger than 4. So I just wanted to note that for the committee. That's part of why additional time to refine an amendment is what we're seeking.
Very well, thank you. I also want to make a comment and a thank you to DA Robinson, who's out there and sees this probably on a daily basis, or at least doesn't forget. And I have a question from Representative Pickett, and thank you for waving.
I don't have a question. I want to make a motion to move to table this bill. We've got a lot of work to do this afternoon.
I'll
Yes.
second.
It's been moved and seconded. Shall we have a roll call? Thank you.
Committee members, please put your video on and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales. I'll circle back, maybe she'll be back. Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Oh, Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes. The motion passes.
And Representative Brooks, if you're meeting next Wednesday, you can contact either Representative Warren or myself, and we'll schedule when you're ready, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Take care.
Yeah. Now we'll go to the top of the list. The top of the list is LD 829, an act to promote highway safety by restricting the use of marijuana and possession of an open marijuana container in a motor vehicle. Okay, Ms. Overton, if you're ready.
Yes, thank you. And Deb, we have the bill analysis on 829 coming up.
Jane, may I quickly ask, did you send those to us via email? I think I misplaced those for today, the work session analysis. I can look on here.
Yeah, I'll ask Deb. Deb, when I sent it to you, didn't I send it to them too?
It's okay. Let's just finish our work. After this, at some point, could you email it to us so we can all print it and have it in our files?
Sure. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
This bill establishes a traffic infraction with a mandatory penalty of $100 for consuming marijuana or marijuana product in a motor vehicle on a public way, or possessing an open marijuana container or open marijuana product container. And those restrictions apply to the operator of the vehicle and also to the passenger. The marijuana is defined as really marijuana. Marijuana product, however, is a processed marijuana product. Container is defined as it is in the adult use law. So container only applies to a container that contains adult use marijuana. So it does not apply to medical use of marijuana. And the passenger area is defined the same way as is in the alcohol open container law. There was a good deal of testimony on this bill, and there was a suggestion from Lauren Stewart, from the Director of State Highway Safety Office in the Department of Public Safety, that the bill should be broadened to cover also operation on a private way that the public is allowed into. There was information requested from Lauren Stewart, from the Director of State Highway Safety, regarding violations of the alcohol open container law. I don't know if she is in the waiting room. I haven't, in the attendees list, I haven't talked with her today. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Pickett? You're muted.
Yes, I don't know if Director Stewart is in the audience, if she wants to bring that information in. If not, I would like to speak.
You wish to ask Ms. Stewart a question, if she's available?
Yeah, I just want to know if she was able to locate that information that was requested so that we could have that.
Representative Pickett, I am here, and I requested that information that Representative Morales had asked for regarding the number of citations that have been written for alcohol open container. And I requested it the same day as the hearing, and I did not get that information from the Bureau of Violations. So I'm still waiting on that information.
Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
So, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I made you the Speaker. Here we go. So what a promotion to you, Senator DeChambeau.
No,
But
I won't touch that.
anyways, why I want to speak is I have an amendment to propose. You should all have a copy of it, I hope.
I do.
Is that in the emails in today?
That was in a separate email.
Is that from yourself, Ms. Overton, or Ms. Representative Pickett?
That was from Jane.
Okay, you go ahead. I'll look for it.
What the amendment does, the amendment excludes from the definition of passenger area a locked glove box compartment. It also allows a passenger who is a registered patient for the medical use of marijuana under the Marijuana Legalization Act, 22 Maine Revised Statutes, Chapter 558C-C, to consume marijuana or a marijuana product as authorized by that law. I listened to the people that were here in the public hearing, and Susan Meacham, I hope I didn't ruin Meehan. And I listened very intently to that, especially when she was talking about her daughter and about the tincture she has to use and that type of stuff. And my intent originally in this bill was never to have medical marijuana involved in it to begin with. It was meant to deal with adult use marijuana, recreational use marijuana, in the same manner as we deal with alcohol, as far as open container and in the vehicle. So I have put that in as an amendment, and I'm hoping that you folks in committee, you can certainly I'll answer any questions you have, but that you can get behind it and we can pass this bill.
Any question? Excuse me. I have, I've got Pickett, his hand's still up. So it's Representative Pickett and Representative Warren.
Thank you. Excuse me. Representative Pickett, could you just briefly say the exceptions that you're proposing? I think I caught them, but since I don't have the amendment in front of me, I was just trying to dash them down and I didn't do it quickly enough. So what was the regulation you were proposing or taking away around locked glove box? I got, so they would, if it were in a locked glove box, it would not be covered, right? Was that part of it?
You're muted.
Yeah, yes, Representative Record, that the amendment excludes from the definition of passenger area. So it removes a locked glove compartment out of that definition. The amendment also allows a passenger who is a registered patient for medical use of marijuana under the Marijuana Legalization Act to consume marijuana or a marijuana product as authorized by that law. And there are certain laws involving medical marijuana. So feasibly what it did is remove medical marijuana from this bill altogether.
Then I have a question. I'm fine with that, except are we aware that some people maybe smoke medical marijuana? Because that would be a problem for me, because it's not, you can't contain that in the space. So I'm worried about somebody else getting stoned if a medical marijuana patient is smoking marijuana in the car. So is there a way around that?
Well, I guess I would defer it to Jane if she has any thoughts on that.
Are you saying, Representative Record, that you don't want even a medical marijuana patient to be able to smoke marijuana in the car?
Yes, I am saying that.
Okay. We could write that.
I mean, I'm asking if that's all right with Representative Pickett. I mean, if that's conjoins with his intent.
I had not thought of that, but I have no objection to that if you would, putting that in the amendment if you'd like.
Thank you.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little flat-footed here because I don't have any of the analysis, and I don't know if Deb or Jane, could you just shoot me an email if you've got all of those? I'm sorry if it's my mistake, but it is virtually impossible to find them on the website. Thank you. And so the amendment doesn't give me everything because I don't have access to the analysis. So I'll wait until I can take a look at that, and then I think I have questions. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you. I am going to recognize Representative Newman. I have my hand up, but people are getting close to my question, so I may not have to ask it. Representative Newman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wouldn't have a problem with this bill if it found a way.
Representative Pickett, could you mute yourself so we can hear him? Thank you. There you go.
If the product, if the definition could change so that it would exclude any product that has had the chemical that creates the high removed, you know, so like CBD oil or things like that would be fine, but anything that would give you the high would become, the open container would be illegal used in a vehicle.
Yeah. So you're saying the THC is what gives it high, and we would have to know that? Yeah. I think those are the kinds of questions. Did you expect an answer from someone right now? Okay. Mine is, okay, I will just, so I can put my hand down, I pretty much echo what Representative Reckett was alluding to, and Representative Newman. I was touched by the individual who spoke about her daughter. If she could have been speaking about her 82-year-old grandfather. There are many people who are prescribed medical marijuana. I'm trying to think of the officer who has to make that determination. I don't know if you can identify what's medical marijuana, seeing that on the seat or having it in someone's hand. Unless I was thinking of the lady who had her daughter. She sounded like a very responsible woman that I'm sure has her card just to show people that that's medical marijuana. Having said that, I think that's where I'm stuck, to make it a good bill or a good law for the officers that have to enforce it. It's difficult. So I'll put my hand down now, and Representative.
Can I respond to that? Since it was a question.
One moment, please. Yes, if you have an answer to that, go right ahead.
I think there lies the fact of the container, because in A, under definitions, container has the same meaning as in Title 28B, Section 102, subsection 10, which specifically talks about what the sealed container and how that container is there. So, and Jane might be able to even add further information on that.
Let me, Ms. Overton, may I recognize Senator Searway?
Certainly.
Okay. Senator Searway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking, if you're thinking about somebody using inside the car, it would be a lot like taking medication that can alter your way, and they'll say right on the bottle not to be using while driving or whatever. I just think that if it has THC in it, that it should not, at all, if it's just a CBD oil, I don't think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for something that could cause them alter their mind, so.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Searway. Anyone else have any concerns or specific questions? I've got Representative Renecki and Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to agree. I like the amendment that Representative Pickett put forth, and I also like the suggestion from Representative Pickett to make sure that we don't add the smoking. The smoking part of it is removed, but other than that, it makes it a good bill. So often we've been told, or I know that I've been told by people that use marijuana a lot, they feel that it's the same as alcohol. If that's the case, then it should be treated as such in, especially in traffic stops. So by removing that, but allowing the metal gives us that ability. So I would definitely support the amendment and the addition with what Representative Rickett said. Thank you.
Representative Morales?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I'm appreciating this conversation. I'm sort of just listening, mulling this over, thinking about how similar this is to alcohol. I'm not, from the public health standpoint, there are differences from the physical standpoint in terms of liquid, and it's different. I see this now with all the exemptions and taking out if it's CBD oil or CDBG. No, that's CDBG funding. If it's CBD oil, that's different from THC. And so then, you'd have to, I threw out my back. I'm taking CBD oil for my back. It doesn't have THC in it. It's in a little vial. If I'm pulled over and that's in my purse, I don't have a locked opportunity in my vehicle. We have old vehicles. They don't lock the glove box. it's in my purse. You know, if an officer looks in my purse for some reason and sees that, but I'm not impaired, you know, do you test? Do you send it out for testing to determine if, I'm just having a, you know, trouble trying to figure this piece out. And, you know, so I'm not, you know, particularly it is illegal to drive impaired, whatever you use, whether you're using alcohol or some other substance, that's illegal. And there's evidence that officers can use to determine that, right? The way a person is driving, are they erratic? Are they changing lanes quickly? Are they, you know, officers in this committee know much more about how they determine that. So I'm just struggling a little bit with this. It's very complicated as I'm thinking about it. Thank
Can I
you.
respond?
Could we, well, go right ahead there. Sorry.
Representative Morales, I understand exactly what you're saying. Your example there of CBD oil wouldn't be a problem. That would not be, that's medical marijuana. That'd be medical marijuana, and you wouldn't have a problem with that at all under this bill.
But I don't have a medical marijuana card, and I wouldn't, like, you wouldn't know what it is because it's just a bottle. So
Yeah,
the officer would have to take my word as a driver that this is not the kind of vial that is violative of this law. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not labeled as such or anything.
And that being said, then maybe the suggestion from Representative Newman to just have it deal with anything that has the THC or the ability to alter a person's state of mind or impair them, that kind of a product would be the only product that would be involved in the bill. With that, does that sound palatable to you?
I think I just go to the administration of it, and how would an officer know? They're not labeled all the time. Mine is not labeled. So I just having trouble with kind of along the lines of what Senator DeChambeau was saying, like, how would we do it?
Could we, I think we made our point across. I'd like to just continue, and we're gonna wrap it up. And Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jane, thank you very much for emailing me those analyses. I have a couple of questions. I think I really liked what Representative Newman said, and I think you're all saying that as well. I think that makes sense. I think what the amendment still doesn't fix, although the amendment fixes that somebody in the passenger seat could be using their medical marijuana, like maybe they have an edible or something. What it doesn't fix is, you know, let's say that Robert is driving down the road and he has gotten his medicine at the dispensary and it is sitting next to him or in the back of, you know, in his back seat, and it's open, right? That's what this bill would still mean. It doesn't mean that he's using it, because as everybody keeps saying, regardless of if it's medical or not, you cannot be operating a vehicle after using an intoxicating substance. That's already against the law. So, Representative, do you get my train here that I'm thinking that I see the amendment that you've made, but I think it doesn't. It now protects the patient who's riding in the car, but I don't think it does for the driver of the car, even though they wouldn't be using the product in my scenario.
May I reply?
Please.
You wish. Yeah.
I think it does apply to that, and I'll tell you why. Because the bill also removes the locked glove box from a passenger, from the passenger compartment. So in that case there, one of two things: either the person, if they had that kind of medicine there with them in the vehicle and they were traveling with it, If it's in the back seat and they're driving, that's not a violation. Or if it was in the locked glove box, that's not a violation either. And where he would not be using that at that time, I mean, it's like the person that goes down to the store and buys a 6-pack of beer, and instead of putting it on the seat beside him, and gives him the urge to maybe grab one and open it up. They put it on the back seat and they drive home, and then they got their beer at home. You know, it's kind of the same idea. And so I think it does deal with that example you just gave.
Thank you for that. Could someone put that back up on the screen? Do you mind doing that? The amendment?
Yeah. Do you
I
have?
think I must have read it wrong.
No, I'll find it.
Thank you.
Can you make it larger, Ms. Fay?
Thank you, Senator.
I think Jane's sharing, she has to do it.
Oh, it's okay.
I think the last time I went to 200, it was really too big, but let's try it. Oh, no, that doesn't help. I can't adjust it, and that's all I can do.
Jane, at that 200, it would look good on mine. If you can scroll it, look good on mine. I could read it.
Oh,
Jane, another thing that might help you is if you just do Control+, it will just make it slowly bigger.
Where's plus?
On the right-hand top.
At the end of your numbers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but that's an uppercase, right?
Oh, you don't have a control? Okay, sorry, not helpful.
Control+, she should, yeah.
Not doing that. No, I'm sorry.
What were you looking for, Representative Warren? Were you looking at something specific?
I see that Representative Pluker had a question. I was trying to make sure that if something was just sitting on the seat or, you know, in the back.
Representative Pluker, do you want to add to this or whatever? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I just also want to point out this is not just an issue for medical marijuana consumers, but also for growers. You know, it's legal to grow up to 3 plants per adult at your home. And so if you were to grow that yourself and then somehow needed to create a package or a container that was evident to not be open once you got into your car, that would be difficult to do, to create a situation in which a law enforcement officer would see that and know that it was indeed closed. It's just another aspect of the bill that would be difficult to cover.
May I respond?
Yes, you may.
I think Representative Pluker, in that situation, if it was a package and you put it in the car with you, but you had to take it from one place to another, and you had it in a locked glove box, it wouldn't be in the passenger area. Therefore, it would be perfectly legal.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree that if it was in the locked glove box, that it would be out of sight and out of mind and not a worry. But if one were to have it in the other part of the vehicle, then it could be seen as having broken the law.
Are you all done, Representative Pluker? May I move on to Representative Morales? Okay, thank you. Representative Morales?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a motion ought not to pass. And may I speak to that motion?
Is there a second to the motion?
Seconded.
Go right ahead, Representative Morales.
Thank you. It just seems to me, I see the intent of this and I get it. I mean, I don't want young people to be driving impaired. I don't want anyone to be driving impaired, but this seems incredibly complicated to enforce. And also, I think it diverts our attention from what we're really focused on, which is impaired driving, and focusing on that on the roads versus what we see inside someone's vehicle. So that's why I'm making this motion, and certainly willing to continue discussing this in other legislation perhaps, but I don't see this as getting us to public safety.
Anyone else have any comments to make, questions to ask? Representative Pickett. You want to unmute yourself, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I've taken into consideration everything everybody's has said in the public hearing and even in the work session here as well, and trying to work this into something that we could pass. And in response to the motion and the reason for the motion, I think just the opposite. I think it is dealing with the impairment part of it, and the reason it is because that's why we have an open bottle container law. We don't want someone driving down the highway drinking a bottle of beer. We don't want someone driving down the highway using marijuana for the same reason. And so it is by making sure that it's packaged properly, by making sure that it's not open, and taking and doing everything we did, taking the medical marijuana part out of it and everything. I think we've done everything we can do to mirror the open container, and when you have a substance in the vehicle, and if that substance in the vehicle has the ability to make you high, and you have that in the vehicle and the container is open, then that's no different than having a bottle of alcohol in the car that's open as well. So that being said, I will certainly be voting no on this motion.
Representative Morales, is your hand down now? Or yes, okay. I want to follow up on that. I went back to look at Ms. Stewart's, she's with the highway safety. Two things. This bill says possesses an open marijuana container. Now that's the violation if it's open. And I have repeatedly heard, and even the testimony from that young woman's mom said, when they pick it up, it's in a sealed container for transport. And that's what Ms. Stewart wrote also. And remember, she said it not just on a highway, but anyway, like a dirt road, or maybe just being in the Walmart parking lot. And, I should have asked this question when we heard it. I mean, we're not the only state that has recreational marijuana and medical marijuana. I would have liked to have compared maybe what's happening in our neighboring state of Massachusetts. I don't want to be reinventing the wheel, but I will go along with the motion because I'm just not good with it. And again, my view is the officer that comes upon that the law doesn't sound clear enough for me. And I will now recognize Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was pretty heavily involved as far as working with Roger Cates and a few other individuals that was on the board for the marijuana task force. And they said, well, when we're looking at recreational marijuana, that we still want laws in place to protect the people. It's not just like a free willy thing. They wanted to still protect the people, and so this bill, I think, Representative Pickett has worked hard at trying to get a happy medium there, and I think that it does do what we used to do. I mean, we used to not allow open containers of marijuana or any other drug, and as well as the liquor. And so liquor is legal, but yet we have to have closed containers. You cannot have open containers. So I think I would definitely go along with this amendment. I think it's a good amendment. Thank you.
Excuse me, I want to make sure I'm correct here. Oh my God.
Representative can go, Representative Pickett.
Okay,
can go
yeah,
first.
for some reason, my little cheat sheet's not working. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought it might be good too, just before we take the vote and finish up questioning, that when Director Stewart spoke the other day, part of her testimony was she noted that the Highway Safety Committee subcommittee on the Marijuana Legalization Act recommended that an open container law be enacted and the consumption of marijuana be prohibited for the driver and passengers in the vehicle. I think that's important. So they realize that now that we have it, they realize it's going to be regulated by taxing and all of that, but they also know that it has to be regulated in another way, and that's codified into law some way to be able to deal with it. And that's the attempt of what's been trying to do.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Representative Pickett. You've really, as always, this is not a surprise, worked really hard to amend this bill, responding to constituents who have come and spoke. And I so respect that. And I thank you for that. If it wasn't already illegal for somebody to consume and drive, which, right, all of us are nervous about anybody not having their full wits about them when they're driving, whether that is, because they've had a recent surgery and they're on some medication or whatever that case is. But I agree with Representative Morales that although we do want to protect public safety, this may be a distraction from it because we already have a law that says you can't consume and drive. So I just wanted Representative Pickett to understand where I'm coming from. But even though I'm going to vote along with the motion, I do appreciate you working so hard on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands up, the motion is ought not to pass. Senator Seaway, your hand is up.
Madam Chair, I was just wondering, Noel March, he's been really active in this situation, and he'd be willing to speak about it if you wouldn't mind calling him up. It might be a little more informational.
Well, he'd have to speak to the motion. The motion is ought not to pass.
Yeah, I was just, I understand. Okay. It's up to you.
If it fails, you can start over, but
Okay.
Okay, you understand? Thank you. So I'm going to call for a roll call vote, please.
Video's on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. And just to confirm, the second was Representative Lookner?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Morales?
Yes.
Representative Rackett?
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner?
Yes.
Representative Pickett?
No.
Representative Costain?
No.
Representative Rudnicki?
No.
Representative Newman?
No.
Representative Pluker?
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway?
No.
Senator DeChambeau?
Yes.
It's even. Wait a sec. 6
5 to
yes,
6.
5 no.
It's 5 what?
6 yes, 5 no.
Okay. And we had Representative Sharp and Senator Lawrence missing. Anyone else? That's it? All right. Thank you. Yes.
I need to ask what the people who voted against that motion, what do they want? Do they want up pass as amended
Yes.
Yes.
in the version that was given today by Representative Pickett?
Yes.
Which was the closed lockbox, is it? Yeah, lock glove compartment and excludes medical marijuana in the passenger. Is that it?
And excluded use by a registered medical marijuana patient.
Thank you. The next one we have, I know that, okay, Ms. Overton has to.
I agree with records on that. Wasn't it?
We have.
Because it ain't going nowhere. Screw
You
it
have
right
your. Okay, thank you. LD 1078, an act to promote traffic safety in emergency situations. This was Senator Breen's bill.
I heard from Senator Breen's aide that she has a conflict in AFA.
If we need her, I don't have the.
Seems like a pretty straightforward bill. I'm ready to make a motion if other people are okay with that.
Can we have Jane just go
Oh,
over
I'm
it a little
sorry.
bit?
I'm
That's what I
sorry.
was waiting for. I thought, thank you for sticking up to me there.
I'm sorry.
Deb, can you put the bill analysis up? This is a fairly straightforward bill. It enables a trained, non-sworn member of a law enforcement agency to serve as a public safety traffic flagger to control vehicular traffic at emergency scenes in the same way as firefighters and members of emergency medical services are able to do. That's all.
Yep. Okay. Representative Warren?
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Representative Costain. I had a hand up. No. Okay. You're all set, Representative Warren?
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, yes.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, again, I'll call for a vote.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckitt,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett, Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you. The next one is LD 852. Resolve to review public safety around school buses and school bus stops. And that was Representative Reisman's bill.
Ready for me?
Yes, we are.
All righty. Deb, can you call up the bill analysis on this one? Okay. I think we'll do the testimony and a description. It directs the Department of Public Safety to study recent incidents involving school buses and school bus stops and to report their findings to the Criminal Justice Committee by December 1 of this year, and directs the Criminal Justice Committee to report out a bill related to the report for the second regular session. Representative Reisman spoke in favor of the bill. He talked about having seen vehicles passing stop school buses and the increasingly negative environment in the bus. And he asked whether a police vehicle can pass a stopped bus. I don't know that, but maybe someone does. He also agreed that the Department of Education and Public Safety have interest in the safe operation of the school bus. Grace Levitt, president of the Maine Education Association, spoke in favor and said that her goal was to increase school bus safety and improve the environment. There were no opponents testifying neither for nor against. Lieutenant Bruce Scott from the State Police Traffic Safety Unit submitted testimony and testified. And he talked about needing to know more about what the bill would do before really being able to get specific. He also, though, did talk about Public Law 2019, Chapter 318. And if you could scroll down, Deb, I included the text of that. Here is that public law. And this was, there were a number of school bus related bills before the 129th legislature. And in response to that, the Transportation Committee formed their own working group. That working group reported back to the full Transportation Committee, and they passed this bill, this law now in response to that. And that was in the 129th. And it allows the state or municipality to use cameras on school buses. It allows taping, videotaping. It controls how long those can be kept. It allows the extended stop arm. I think The stop arm is the little arm that goes out to the side that has a little stop sign on it. And I think it extended the length of the big long arm that comes out from the front of the bus to keep children from walking really close to the bus. So that was in the 129th in the Transportation Committee in response to their school bus bills that they had in front of them. That's all I have.
Jane, what is the LD on that, please?
I think that was LD 633.
Thank you, of the 129th, okay.
Yes.
I don't know why. Yes, I have Representative Costain followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion not to pass.
Any second?
Second.
All right. Any questions on that motion? Representative Pickett?
Yes, Madam Chair. The reason why I support a not to pass motion is because of the law we just read on school buses that was passed in the 129th, where a lot of these things were addressed in that law. And also the fact that the Lieutenant Scott of the Department of Public Safety and Maine State Police made it very clear that without a lot more information that to know the details of this request, they would not be able to provide any adequate policy decision. And that's the people we were asking to do this type of a report. So that being said, I will be supporting the motion not to pass.
Thank you. I have, Jane, did you want to respond to that? You jumped.
No, I just want to correct the number. The LD number is 166, not 6333.
Thank you.
LD 166.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the motion for the same reason. I just wanted to add that one of the questions that was unresolved, and a sheriff reached out to me about it with the answer, a school bus with red lights flashing takes precedence over blue lights flashing. Police are to wait for a signal by the bus driver to proceed. That felt important to know, for me anyway. So I think just exactly what Representative Pickett said, these were issues that were there, but the Transportation Committee, along with the folks at the Maine State Police, seems like they've taken care of it. So I'll be joining in this ought not to pass motion.
When you said that red versus blue, I had to smile because for the last 3 years, more and more police cars are putting in red lights with their blue lights. So I was behind a school bus for about 12 miles in Bangor last week, about 20 stops, and I just stayed behind the bus just to see how they operated, and it was like perfect what they did. So
nice.
So I was doing work study on there. So Representative Overton, Jane, you have your hand up. That's why I called on you. Okay, thank you. So we've all made our comments and questions, and we'll have a roll call.
Cameras on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. The motion is ought not to pass. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki. You're muted?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous with 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you. Moving right along, the next one we have is LD 893, an act to enable motor vehicle technicians to safely disable breathalyzers, starter devices.
Already on this one?
Go right ahead.
Okay, this is Representative Hutchins' bill. He testified in favor and provided written testimony. He explained that owners and employees of repair facilities do not know the codes or procedures to disable ignition interlock devices. And they're reduced to physically blowing into it so that they can start the vehicle. Title 29A, Section 2508 authorizes the Secretary of State to reinstate a driver's license that has been suspended for certain OUI offenses if the person installs the ignition interlock device and satisfies all the conditions. It's a crime for the driver to operate the vehicle without the ignition interlock device. Also a crime to tamper with it, disconnect it, or disable it. Subsection 3 makes it a traffic infraction for a person to rent, lease, or lend a vehicle to a restricted driver, to blow into or activate the device to enable the driver to operate the vehicle, or to tamper with it or circumvent the operation of the device. The bill provides an explicit exemption from those prohibitions for a repair facility owner or employee to allow them to disconnect or disable the device using a procedure approved by the Secretary of State for the purpose of servicing the vehicle. And it requires the Secretary of State to furnish the facility upon request with an overriding code or procedure. Linda Grant, Director of Driver License Services from the Secretary of State, testified in opposition and provided written testimony. She said there are 3 manufacturers or vendors of ignition interlock devices using 2 code provisions and 1 disconnect process, and that they use 34 installation facilities across the state. She testified that technicians are trained in installation and disconnection, and that vehicle owners receive customer use and care information. Director Grant stated the Secretary of State could contact repair facilities to remind them how to obtain the codes and procedures that they need. There were no testimony, neither for nor against, so that's it.
There are no questions. Oops, Representative Pickett. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After speaking with the sponsor of the bill and his main concern being the technicians being able to know the code and all of this kind of stuff, so that I think Director Grant took care of that in the public hearing, and therefore I move ought not to pass.
Second? Excuse me, who said second? Stairway? Stairway? Yeah, okay. Was it, okay, Stairway? It's been moved and seconded. If there are no comments or questions, I'll call for a roll.
Oh. And how current could your other bill be about the pre-tech?
Are we ready?
Yes, go right ahead.
Video on and unmute, please, for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Is the motion ought not to pass?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. I vote yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Blucher,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's unanimous with 11 yes and 2 absent.
Thank you all. Representative Pickett, okay, I think your hand, okay, thank you. So the last one today, right? Right. LD 1040, an act to require diversity, equity, and inclusion training or implicit bias training for school resource officers. Jane, when you're ready.
I'm just listening to the chimes.
No, go right ahead. I know.
Deb, could you put up the, okay. And here, as I look at it, this is where LD 633 is. Okay. This bill requires a school resource officer to complete diversity, equity, and inclusion training or implicit bias training at least once during the officer's first year of employment as a school resource officer. And it defines the school resource officer as a law enforcement officer who works in a public school. Senator Daughtry presented the bill and submitted testimony mentioning the training of law enforcement officers by the Criminal Justice Academy. She also mentioned LD 633, which is before the Education Committee. And a copy of that was sent to you, but if you can scroll down a little bit, Deb, people will be able to see. I think that is all of the bill, I'm sorry. And so this bill that's before the Education Committee requires the Department of Education and the State Board of Education to amend its rules to require certified employees in a school, and there's a long list of them, to successfully complete a diversity, equity, and inclusion training program. Grace Levitt, president of the Maine Education Association, testified in favor. Jan Collins from Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition testified in favor. However, she suggested really hiring school social workers and behavioral health specialists instead of school resource officers. Victoria Wallach, representing the School Boards Association and the School Superintendents Association, submitted testimony in support. And citing the finding that school resource officers need more training to recognize and confront implicit bias. And that was a finding in the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group report. Michael Chase of Auburn submitted testimony opposition. There was testimony neither for nor against from Michael Committee from the ACLU. He cited studies about the effect on students in schools of the presence of school resource officers. Noel March, director of Maine Community Policing Institute at UMA, testified neither for nor against, and he provided a good deal of information about the Institute and its work in training. He particularly spoke in favor of well-selected and well-trained school resource officers as educators first and enforcers last. In terms of amendments, the only thing that was mentioned was Senator DeChambeau suggested that the bill be amended to say that if diversity, equity, and training, inclusion training, or implicit bias training is offered in the school system, that the school resource officer who is employed in that system must participate in the training. There was some information requested with regard to the efficacy of school resource officers and their influence with students. That's all I have for you.
Thank
Where would
you.
you like to go?
Representative Pickett?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. The police officer now in the academy, if they're just starting out in the basic law enforcement school, they get this training. We get this training. So even if there was a department that was hiring somebody to be an actual SRO and they sent them to the academy, they would get that training there. So where it's already being done, the bill, I don't believe the bill is needed, so I move ought not to pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question. It's a rather short bill, and I hear exactly what my colleagues are saying, that law enforcement already has this training. Was the intent, or maybe there's no way for us to know this, but was the intent that this would be, okay, all school employees should receive this training and we're going to do it together, and that's going to be part of the curriculum? Because I think this kind of training as a police officer at the academy, you know, going out and hitting the street or working as a corrections officer or whatever, I think that's a different feel than being in a school. So I wondered if there was, does anybody remember if the sponsor sort of had that as her intention? And also, since there's so much testimony by Department of Ed folks, it seems to me that that would be, you know, sort of the intent. But does anybody have that information? Thank you.
Yeah. I will recognize in the order it went up. Well, I was the last one, I don't think. I've got Representative Pickett, and myself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sort of in the middle of all this, in a sense that I agree with Representative Pickett that this kind of training is happening, in fact, at the academy and subsequent to it. But I'm also in agreement that there's a benefit to be gained for SROs to take a training that's happening for all the staff at a school, to take that training with them, even if it's the second time they've had a similar training. Because I think there is a bonding experience that goes on in this kind of training that would be important for the SRO to be part of. So I wish we could have an amendment or something that said, if a school is undertaking this kind of training for all of their staff, that the SROs should participate as part of that group. So, but that's that's what I would do if I had a wand to wave and could do it. But I think in this, I don't know that it's possible, given the motion on the floor.
Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that could be taken care of right now in school policy, because if the officer has the training, and then if the school is going to have a school resource officer be in their building, and they by school policy want them to take a course in this that puts them together with the other teachers and stuff in that school, that could be a policy. I just don't think this bill is necessary. They're getting the training, and if they're asked again by the school to do it, to be able to work in that school, it's just like any other job. You go to a place to do a job, you have certain policies you have to go by and stuff, and if you don't do it, you don't work there. So I think it's already taken care of.
Thank you.
Just to touch upon what Representative Warren had said, in my notes, the term that was used, this is a sister bill with the Education Committee. The Education Committee, of which Senator Daughtry is on, has the same title as surprisingly as this bill, except training for educators. We've got training for school resource officers. That in itself leads me to believe where Representative Warren was going. If we left the language as is, because I haven't heard any modification to that, it says that the officer must have it at least once the first year of employment. And Representative Warren told us that, and I know I've heard that too, they teach it at the academy, but there's a disconnect there. I mean, the way it's written, if that's the motion, I probably will vote for it, but to me, it falls on deaf ears. It's gonna be done at the academy, and I know in my district, we've had a school resource officer. I think we were one of the first ones. And I know my police chief will have that school resource officer do the training with the teachers. That's how close they work together. But that's not true of every department or every school, every police department or every school. So the way it's written, I don't have a problem with it, but it's just, yeah, have it. You're gonna have it at the academy. So I'd much rather it would say that they also must have it at the school if it is offered, but I wanted to say that. So I have Senator Seaway, and let me check who else is next. After that, it's Representative Costain and Representative Warren. And I will get my hand down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, I was school resource officer in 10 different schools, and many times the school would invite me into their trainings, especially if they thought they were important ones, and I'd invite them into trainings too. I mean, for the staff, if we had situations that came up that was important, crisis intervention type classes and different programs. So I think, school resource officers work closely with the schools, and the schools definitely try to keep them involved. So I don't, and they do get trained at the academy, but I think it's already there. And as far as the schools working with the school resource officer, I really have not seen any conflict with it at all there. I thought that they've had a very good relationship with their schools, and they've always, from what I've seen, schools want you to attend. Yeah.
Okay, great. I think I said Representative Costain, right? Okay.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I just, as I explained the other day, as a certified police officer, yearly you have to do 40 hours of training, and so if you've been a police officer 40 years, or if you've been a police officer 1 year, you have to do this training every single year. You have to do updated training. In that training, the last 2 or 3 years has been exactly what they're asking for here in this bill. So it's being done, and it's being done by every officer, not just an SRO. So it's being done by somebody that's working the street or somebody that's working in a school. It's being done. So as Representative Pickett says, I don't see a reason to have this bill. Now, in saying that, if the sponsor had put in this bill that they felt that if any training was being done at the school to build a rapport training with the teachers and the SRO, I would support this bill. But I can't support this bill the way it's written as having to require an SROs to train, because we're doing that anyway. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was very helpful for me from Representative Costain. And I'd like to sort of take the temperature of the group. Why we have the ability to amend this bill to do exactly that, that we understand that officers already receive this training. And if we amended the bill asking that although they are, directed by a different entity than their school board, that they are also asked to do those yearly trainings focused on the school environment. And I think you said it well, Representative Costain, to build rapport, right? So can I get people's sort of response to that? I was going to call for a break, just a 5-minute break to check in with, just to see where we are, but maybe we can do it here together.
Senator?
Representative Costain?
Yes, we have a motion on the floor, so I think we need to deal with that motion before we change or try to do something different. Am I correct?
Well, okay, go ahead.
No, you please. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I didn't hear Representative Warren use the term friendly amendment, but I think that's what she's testing the waters for. If after we can probably have a unanimous vote if people will agree on both sides. And I think Representative Warren is just asking those, like I felt, you can teach it at the academy, and that's all the officers. It could be the patrol officer, the highway officer, and all the officers. But once you are a partner in the school system, and I agree with you, it has nothing to do with police officers. Sometimes it's the chief who will say you don't have to go. We're trying to say that if it is offered in the school, and it sounds like the education department is going that way for all schools to have that kind of training, that the law enforcement officer who's in the school as a contract worker even would take part. This pertains to 14 to 18-year-olds or to 6-year-olds to 18-year-olds, completely different. And it wouldn't hurt for an officer to hear that about, how kids are acting and need to react to some words. I know that's a long way of going about, but I'm in favor if someone's willing to go with a friendly amendment. If not, those who think like me will shoot this down and we'll start over, whatever. I'm sorry, but I was next anyway. So I've got Representative Morales, Pickett, and Representative Warren, your hand. I don't know if it's still up or should go down, but
just put it back up. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Morales and then Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I like what you're saying, Senator, because I do recognize that we do have police officers in schools, and and I agree with Representative Reckett that it's kind of a different context for that kind of training. I think the point that keeps coming to me is, if we're investing as a state in training for police officers in schools, I would hope that we are either investing as well in social workers and school staff and guidance counselors to support students as well, or to make sure that we're doing that as well. That's not really in this bill, so I get that that's sort of the larger picture, but that's where my mind is when I'm thinking about this bill. I'm also wondering, to Representative Costain's point about, it really kind of depends on municipal budgets too, who pays for the police officer in the schools, whether it's a school paying for the police officer, they may attend the trainings, or is it coming from the police department budget? That just a sort of a nuance there. I don't know how separate that makes things for how you get them to a training, but I think I'm willing to consider an amendment along those lines. Thank you.
If I may, and I'm going to throw this out, 6:33, a work session was held on April 12th in education. It was tabled. So they haven't even come to a conclusion. keep that in mind for a minute. The same wording, they tabled it in education. I don't know why. So I recognize Representative Pickett and Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're talking about adults here now. We're talking about a police officer, and we're talking about whether they're in a school environment or whether they're out on the street. So does that mean that we, as a group of legislators who took the training here, would have to have the training again in the school if we were going to be in the school, working in the school? I don't think so. I think what it means is that we take the training and we take it serious. And I know, having been a law enforcement officer all these years, when things have come up, we take that training serious. And it doesn't matter if we're in a school or we're out on the street or we're in our neighbor's backyard. It makes no difference. We take that, and if we really feel this strongly about this type of training, we should feel that way, that everybody should be aware of this and should be doing the same thing. So therefore, I don't want to put something in law and codify it in law just for the sake of putting it in there. I don't think the bill is necessary. I think it's being taken care of by the police. And like I said before, if the school offers the opportunity for the officer after they're on board to go to the training at the school, by all means, they can go to it, and they probably would go to it. But I don't think it's not a different training. It's the same training, and we look at it in the same way, regardless of where we are. And if not, then I think there's something wrong in the way we're looking at it to begin with.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was gonna ask Representative Pickett if he was interested in withdrawing his motion so we could try to get to a unanimous report, but I think it sounds like he's not going to do that, which is fine. I would like to take a 5-minute break. I do see that Senator Searway is ahead of that with his hand up, but when he's finished with his comment, I'd like to take a 5-minute break. I did send to all of you a link so that we can just quickly chat about this bill, and because it means a divided report, and we just want to make sure that we're all in it for that. Thank you.
Representative, I didn't get that link.
You're very
You won't. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The thing I have concerns with is, Representative Pickett is right that all law enforcement officers are required to take these trainings already, but also that as a school resource officer, you're not just going to one school. Some are assigned to one school, but some are assigned to several schools in their community. I had 10 schools. Actually, one time I had 16 schools in a year. So I'd have a hard time going to 16 different classes if this was law. And the other thing is that this should include all teachers, custodians, kitchen staff, school nurses, etc. This should also maybe be smarter approach is to require all K through 12s statewide. So, if we're going to just do SROs, that's kind of singling out one group, and but SROs and police officers, like Representative Pickett said, are trained, and Representative Costain. I take that exam and I get the training, and we even get it here at the state Senate and the representatives. So I'd be taking it probably if I do 10 schools and I did this and did that, I'd be trained probably 12 or 15 times. So, I just think that this is really micromanaging in a way. So I think if it could be just a requirement, and that maybe it should be through the Department of Education done this way, and it should be for all staff members to meet the requirements. And maybe that would take care of it. All the custodians, kitchen staff, school nurses, all that, including SROs. But if they met the requirements, then it's done. And this is just for this one training you're talking about, but schools tend to bring in their school resource officer trainings when they feel that this is a good time when the staff can get together and be all together and part of it on certain instances which really fit for everybody. And so that's that. I mean, a lot of times we don't belong in what they're talking about, their curriculum and those type of things. It's kind of not really part of what we do. And so, so we have to respect that as well.
All
So,
right. Senator, I'm sorry, I wanted to move along and have Representative Pickett. He has his hand up. Is that from Ole? Yes. Before I go in for the caucus with my group, I wanted to just comment on two things. One, just said by Senator Stairway, Senator Daughtry took into account that they were talking about that in education and the topic of school resource officer came up. We are responsible for what the school resource officer does. So she deferred to us, do what you want on that end. And Representative Pickett, you mentioned it's already being taught and that's it. I couldn't help but almost smirk because I felt that way when we're mandated as legislators to take sexual harassment. I mean, your hand's going to get slapped if you're not in sexual harassment training as a legislator. But I've had it a number of times with the Department of Corrections or when I volunteered in the hospital. Everybody, every organization mandates that. So no matter how many times you have it. So having said that, I'm all set to go. We'll probably be back in 10 minutes, you think, Representative? Okay. All right.
just a question on multiple schools. I don't know how that's done, but okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're lucky you have 16 schools. Jeez. Okay.
I
Thank
know.
you.
I know.
All right. I will leave and come back, I guess.
She just, between her and Scott, they back.
Yeah.
And it's very nice out.
Yes, we're almost done, my friend. We are almost done.
We were hoping that at 3 o'clock.
I know. I know. We're just waiting for Senator. Deb, would you mind just shooting Susan the link so it's just on the top of her email?
Will do.
Thank you. Just, I know how infuriating it is to be looking for a link, only because I do it every day. Great, here she is.
I went around and around and around. Okay. Welcome back. So there is a motion on the floor. The motion by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Costain, is ought not to pass on LD 1040. We'll have a roll call vote.
Videos on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
No.
Representative Morales.
No.
Representative Reckitt.
No.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner. Not back.
Sorry, no. I am back and I vote.
There you
no.
are. Thank you. Representative Pickett. You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
No.
That's 5 no. 5 yes. 6 yes.
It's 6 no, I believe. Is it 6 no?
I think it's 5.
It's 5.
Could you just review them, Deb? I'm sorry.
Oh, you mean go through the votes?
Yeah.
Representative Warren, no. Representative Morales, no. Representative Reckitt, no. Representative Sharp was absent. Representative Lookner, no. Representative Pickett, yes. Representative Costain, yes. Representative Rudnicki, yes. Representative Newman, yes. Representative Pluker, yes. Senator Lawrence, absent. Senator Searway, yes. Senator DeChambeau, no.
5-6.
That looks like 6-6 to me.
I think it's 5-6.
The yeses are Pickett, Rudnicki, Costain, Newman, Searway. Did I forget one?
Yep.
Pluker.
Who?
And Pluker.
Pluker.
Luker was a yes.
Pluker is yes. Okay. My mistake. Thank you.
So it's 6-6, 1 absent.
All right. You got it. So,
I believe it's 6-5, right? 6-5, 2 absent.
That's what I think.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you.
6-5 and 2 absent.
I'm sorry, Deb. I think we should review it again.
Okay.
Want to hear it again?
Uh-huh.
Representative Warren, no. Representative Morales, no. Representative Reckitt, no. Representative Sharp, absent. Representative Lookner, no. Representative Pickett, yes. Representative Costain, yes. Representative Rudnicki, yes. Representative Newman, yes. Representative Pluker, yes. Senator Lawrence, absent. Senator Searway, yes. Senator DeChambeau, no.
6-5.
6-5.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So that ends our work for today. Just want to tell you that we begin Friday at 10 a.m. We have 4 public hearings, but if you will notice and take a look and get ready, because they're all Board of Trustees, the makeup, the number at the Academy. So let's remember to look at what differentiates them. Then we have in the afternoon 5 work sessions. We have 6. Representative Morales, we have 476 possibly Friday.
That's right.
Okay. So
Possibly a short thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
And also, I have 1070 would be ready anytime you want. I've got the amendment in there.
Refresh my memory what 1070 is.
That was the assault on the elderly. We had AARP send a good amendment.
You guys want to add that on Friday as well, or you want to move that till next week?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay, I'm trying to get a sense of where the committee is.
I mean, next week we meet twice. No, not next week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been trying to not book up our Friday afternoon. So if it's okay,
Let's push it into next week.
No, I just wanted to let you know. That's all. It's ready.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
What did you say, Representative Warren? I didn't hear you.
I was thinking if it's all the same with everyone else, maybe we could add his bill to next week instead of adding it on a Friday.
I agree. On Wednesday.
I am deferring to Jane right now, who has it probably in front of her. Yes.
Yes, it'll be ready for next Wednesday.
Yeah, I
Okay.
thought so too. Yeah. Next Wednesday. Okay.
Yeah. Just 2 things before you go. One, I need to know what the people want who voted against the ought not to pass motion on LD 1040 on school resource officer training.
I'd like the bill as it is, as written.
Ought to pass.
Yes, please. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to be leaving at 1:30 on Friday. I won't be able to participate after that. I'll check in if there's any votes that happen at that point, but I've got an appointment I have to meet at 2 o'clock that's not here in my house on a Zoom. So I got to go someplace for it.
Thank you for letting us know, Lois.
I just want to know, Representative Reckett, is it going to be on a jet plane?
No.
And the bill analyses for Friday were included in the long one today that you got partway through this afternoon, so you have them.
Thank you.
Friday, we have 11 work sessions.
Wow.
So,
No.
Anyway, I will look at the
5.
stuff that you sent out for Friday. I have printed it already, and I'll let somebody know if I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the 23rd.
Only 6.
Yeah. My mistake. I was looking, the 23rd, we've got a whole bunch. Okay. Thank you. See you Friday. The 16th.
Have a nice week. Oh, it isn't weekend.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, see you Friday.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, enjoy the hot sun.
Yes.